Commissioner Chang Crawley, Commissioner Mathush,
Present.
Commissioner Zemke,
Present.
Commissioner Damara.
Present.
Oh, since you're just back from a foreign. Okay, we're going into item C, which is comments and questions on these. They have a limit of 2 minutes and it's for items not on the agenda. So the only speaker slips I've gotten this point are for G4. If anybody wants to talk on something that is not on the agenda, please come up and for the podium and raise your hand, come up to the podium, and then I'll take your speaker slip in there. Seeing no hands raised. Probably on screen. Comment. On screen. Okay. Do we have any comments not up? Reports, general manager. Comment. Step back one and take the public comment. Don Olin, go ahead. Don Olin?
Oh, hi. Okay, I just wanted to give a shout out to the board. They did the brave thing and they allow people to comment remotely at a time when, well, practically every other Bay Area agency has prevented people from commenting remotely. Your agency has stood up and acted like you have faith in your fellow citizens and are willing to allow them to express their opinion, even if they can't get off of work and attend a meeting at 10 o'clock in the morning. I want you to know that when you look at the rest of the country and what's happening to our government, what's happening to the state of discourse in America, the state of public participation, you guys have led the way. You're the ones that said, no, we're not afraid of our Americans, fellow Americans. We're not afraid to take comment on remote public. We have the ability to, as adults to process it should some idiot get in here and start tossing up racist or sexist or, well, what any kind of speech that, frankly, you guys don't want to hear. Neither do I. But in spite of that slight risk, you all have stood up without any prompting, without anybody asking you to do it, decided to take public comment remotely. And I just think you all should be proud of yourselves and the people who would dare to even think that they should cut off public comment, especially at early morning meetings when they're performed remotely. It's just downright un-American, wrong, cowardly, and I'm glad you all stood up and show that you stand for something. You can have my last 3 seconds. Enjoy your day.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, let's move on to the general manager activity.
Board, just a few highlights in my report I want to call out. The county called a phone call with all interested parties and jurisdictions about the problem we face in San Mateo County with expired marine flares. They're required by law to be on boats, but there's no way right now to legally dispose of them in the county of San Mateo County or in San Mateo County. There hasn't been a marine flare collection over 5 years. That means all our boaters in Pillar Point Harbor have every single boat must have expired fares on it if they're complying with the law. They are considered explosives, which is why they're so difficult to dispose of. I made a recommendation to the county that we investigate possibly a cost share agreement between all the agencies and cities involved to take care of a flare collection and then host a fare collection on here on the coast so people can legally dispose and safely dispose of those marine flares. So I'm waiting to hear back from the county on that in the work group. Also met with the Army Corps of Engineers, following up on our letter of intent to be the non-federal sponsor for the WRDA 2024 study on Pillar Point Harbor
And for the audience, what does the word mean?
Water Resource Development Act of 2024. It's a federal law that passed and was signed into law and authorized the Army Corps to do a study on how to address the flooding occurring at Pillar Point Harbor. So we're drafting up the parameters and the reasons for that study and moving that forward. So that's great news. Other stuff will be discussed in the staff reports. And John will cover this a little bit further in the operations report. As we all know, we started pumping sand over to the eelgrass area, and those beds have been, the sand's there. Now we're waiting for it to settle before we do our transplants. And this week we hope to start pumping sand onto Surfers Beach. We're running into a little bit of a snag in that we don't have an approved project yard or for our equipment at Surfers Beach. We're working with the county on that to get permission to use Murata Park right there at the top of Surfers Beach. But we have not heard back. We expect to hear back anytime now. Last night was when I was expecting it, but I haven't heard yet. So I'll be following up with them today. So we can move our tractors over there and get that project to stay on schedule for pumping of sand. That's it.
After 10 years of dredging is happening.
President Slater Carter, slight correction there on your term explosives. The handheld and smoke flares would be hazardous materials. Your aerial flares are the explosives.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you. But having them hang around in your boat when they're expired is not something one would necessarily want to have.
That's me. I've over 10 years worth before the last flare collection.
We don't want them in the regular trash either.
Yeah.
That's where they're ending up.
No, Recology did not like that. Neither moved in.
One other thing I wanted to highlight is over the last month, Mid-Coast Community Council has also been considering a letter to all involved parties involved with the parking here on the coast side, not just the Harbor District's project, but all parking on the coast side. And has asked multiple agencies, including the Harbor District, to work together in solving the parking issue. And they approved the letter last week, and we received that letter on Monday of this week. And that letter is attached to my report.
Thank you.
Well, both harbors, as the general manager alluded to, we do have a significant project going on at Pillar Point Harbor, which creates some challenges that we've had to overcome. We do have a consultant to give a monthly update on that particular project. Pillar Point Harbor did host this month the Farms, Fish and Flowers event, which is hosted, organized by Half Moon Bay Chamber of Commerce. And it was very successful as it is every year. Our staff did a great job. The had a great time with squid. This the squid run was successful. At one point, we had 16 semi-tractor trailers waiting to offload and move out big casks of ice down shrimp. Our staff at Pillar Point Harbor did an excellent job managing all that. Got out to Harbor Master Chris Tibby, who altered his schedule to be available for all those organizing a safe routing of all those trucks on and off Johnson Pier. As did he also alter his schedule, his normal work schedule, to be there for the tsunami event. At the end of July, Russia had one of the largest ever recorded earthquakes, which resulted in a tsunami warning for all of California coast. Fortunately, neither Pillar Point Harbor or Oyster Point had any significant damage. Our staff, in preparation though, did walk the dock, shut off the fuel dock. A tsunami has, a lot of unknowns. Nobody knew exactly how bad the effects of the tsunami would be. Our staff walked the docks, warned voters of the tsunami and the potential risk associated with it, along with anybody that was straggling along the beach. Make sure that nobody was anywhere near the water. It was a very late night event, so the potential for beach goers was lessened. However, our staff still walked the docks, made sure that everybody was aware of it, observed vessels that needed additional lines, tied additional lines to vessels. And the result of that was absolutely no damage to any boats at all. Regretfully, our pipe went across, that's working, as Bill Manager suggested, it's working to distribute some additional sand to make a eelgrass bed over by the West Trail that, related to the Surfer Beach project. That pipe that went across the entrance to the harbor was damaged, resulting in us having to do an emergency closure of the harbor for 41 minutes. So it was no significant challenge to any of our boaters. The contractor's been doing an excellent job in making sure that our harbor continues to be fully operational, and the vast majority of our launch ramp fully operational during the construction as well. Our staff at Pillar Point Harbor has just done a tremendous job with all these challenges. Oyster Point, likewise, we're hovering around 68% occupancy, and our staff there done a great job. Harbor Master Smith came in for the tsunami, just making sure that everything was safe and prepared. And our assistant harbor master at Oyster Point has done an excellent job, Jacob Walding, in saving the district tens of thousands of dollars with the remodel of our restrooms and kitchen area within our engineering warehouse, and it's looking just tremendous. Kudos to my job. And they continue, of course, to prioritize doing dock board replacement and vessel replacement, keeping the docks in working order. That's all.
Thank you.
One question on Oyster Point Marina, docks 1 through 6, the ramp job, what's the status of that right now?
We're still working on getting the final permitting from the city of South San Francisco. Regretfully, we ran into some challenges there that we're having to overcome. Still working on it. We hope to get the final building permit next week. We were able this week to get the demo permit, so we can continue with the demolition and the remobilizing. But the uncertainty has caused a little delay there. However, we're still optimistic that we're going to get all permitting necessary to get this project completed during the this season's pile driving permitting.
I was just gonna ask the same thing, Bill, something similar, but I was actually gonna comment and just say thank you for working with the city. I mean, I think it could have been a worse situation that, you know, I think that we handled things as best as we could under the circumstances, and I'm glad things are back on track. And I also wanted to thank staff and Jim and the other board members or commissioners who went to the press conference that Kevin Mullen, Congressman Mullen, held with regard to flooding. And I'm glad we were all there, and I'm glad that they thought of us to include us, right? Because of the partnership we have with South San Francisco. I think Bill, George, Catherine, and I were there, and I thought it was good. It was a lovely day. Tom was traveling as usual, but he was there in spirit for sure. But I thought it was good that they included us intentionally.
It was nice that they did.
Thank you.
How much damage? Eureka that had the large amount of damage from the tsunami.
And with some of the areas were hit, were hit harder than we were. We did have, again, significant 4 to 6 foot rise and fall in quick succession repeatedly, which had the potential to do damage in our harbor as well. But because staff had prepared so well, we ended up with no vessels damaged at just that pipe that was sunk almost to 30 feet, that it still was bent at 90 degrees, clogging the pipe. The other harbors to the north didn't fare as well, but it was not nearly as, nobody was damaged nearly as bad as back in 21.
Ocean City was the one that had a little bit of dock damage, but nothing like what we saw at Santa Cruz in the past.
Right.
And then that video that you had at Pillar Point Harbor, I think it was a nighttime video that said, I mean, everything's dead calm and the boats are moving. So we were experiencing a little bit of that surge coming in.
Congratulations to the crew and management for acting in such a, taking very seriously this
We were in
this
constant
tsunami.
contact that evening with the general manager. He ensured that we were all on board.
The one tsunami, I was driving down to Coastal Commission at Santa Cruz, and I saw all these people, and it was just at the time for the tsunami. It was early morning, and there were people out on the beach to look at it. And
Very unpredictable.
yeah, I
And,
couldn't believe it.
Harbor Master Tibby actually came in and stayed the night.
Well, that was good.
Someday our Ocean Science Center will present that kind of information and the importance for ocean safety. So hopefully,
Absolutely.
so hurry up and
It's an education opportunity.
education.
Yes, it is. The
I have a
power of the
question.
ocean. You have a question?
Yeah, so, and Jim and John, maybe you can answer this. So, how was the communication countywide? I mean, was it, I've heard that it wasn't as robust as it could have been. And maybe it's just differences on the bay side versus the coast side, and maybe it's more.
I think it was well advertised. Coast Guard and the county noticed everyone, as did we, the best we could. And coincidentally, there was already an emergency management plan meeting that was scheduled for Monday. So our training officer, no, last Monday.
Oh,
This past Monday, that was already scheduled, and training officer, Kerry Smith and Harbor Master Tibby both attended as well, and will be providing all the information that was learned, to the rest of our staff. And
Just one other aspect of it is, one of the reasons we didn't suffer damage too is because the crew at Float Point had been very proactive and inspected all the landing plates and linchpins for the floating docks attaching to Johnson Pier. We did find one that needed to be replaced, and we replaced that. So the docks were freely to move up and down with those 6-foot surges. And those pins were able to hold it and keep it safe. So that was proactive action by our staff.
Always, it's always good. A stitch in time saves 9, as I've been told. Moving right along then, any more, do we have any comments from the public? We do? And we have Julie who needs to make her report too. Go ahead, John.
Just want to give a shout out to the staff. It's great that they're out there doing their jobs. Looks like they did really well, especially in light of, as you know, there are dangerous conditions at the harbor that were identified in the early 90s that have yet to have been dealt with. And as you mentioned, that they had a huge amount of traffic the other day for the offloading. That's great. And so that's a sign that staff is really doing their job in spite of the fact that they've really been hamstrung by boards for 50 years, spending.
John, we seem to have lost you. Okay, Kramer, and after Julie, if he wants to come back on and finish his comments, that would be good. Julie Van Hoff, Administration and Finance, the woman who keeps all of this happening.
Report basically outlines the things that we worked on last month, a couple of things that forward looking. We're getting ready for the 24-25 audit. That's scheduled for the week of September 8th. We put in for our GFOA award, and so we're waiting to hear back from that.
And we've received that award in the past, what?
4 years.
4 years, each year for the last
Consecutive
4
years.
years.
We're gearing up for our open enrollment. Open enrollment process where we pay our benefits in detail, and so will be the second year that we're doing that.
And what is GFOA for the audience?
Finance Officers Association, which is a nationwide association.
And it's a very high honor for the boards who do receive it.
Pension policy. We have. Hoping to scan in or destroy.
Yes. I was wondering what the boating waterways, boating basic coastal operator training reimbursement was about. What is that course, or what was that about?
I'll have to get back to you on that answer. It's something that we put in for every year. And I know that our operations guy, maybe John, knows the answer of specifically what that training is, but we are just doing the paperwork and
Okay.
taking the.
Grant request.
Commissioner McPeak, it's just additional training that all of our staff undergo.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Redesign, correct?
That's the one, what?
So there was a gap in training for harbor patrols. There's plenty of training for harbor patrols that are sworn police officers that wear weapons. There's limited for harbor patrols that don't wear weapons. So our own staff members, Harry actually designed this course working with the state. And the state approved it, and it now the state adopted course that's taught up and down the California coast for harbor patrols without weapons.
Should issue a press release.
We
I mean,
should issue a. press
Because
release on
it,
that.
it really shows how engaged our harbor patrol staff is. And
About the third year that we've been doing, right?
yeah, but I mean, the point is that I don't think people realize that they do a lot that's not necessarily public facing all the time.
Training Officer Smith did an excellent job, which was recognized.
I think we should recognize him with a press release and the third
Yeah.
annual.
Yeah.
I think that would be very nice.
Wait, hold on. Jim, I'm getting a text from someone saying that the sound is intermittent, so the public who's online can't hear us consistently.
Okay.
So I don't know how we can fix that, but we probably need to.
Speak up, and I recommend speaking up and
Okay.
fixing microphones.
Okay, then.
We'll try the basic plugging the system in, yes.
Turn away the microphones.
Okay.
Lose your voice.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on
Here's my
to,
big
do I
mouth.
see any more comments, questions from the audience? No, seeing none. Consent agenda. We have 11 items on the consent agenda. Bills and claims, approval of minutes, monthly capital project update. There are reports on all of these in the agenda packet. American Shore and Preservation Association National Coastal Conference in Long Beach. Travel and reimbursements for George Dormerant. I take that magazine. That is a wonderful magazine. Jim, help me with the acronym.
California Marine Affairs and Navigation Conference.
Thank you. Is having an annual meeting in Washington, DC on October 20th through 22nd. 2025 travel and reimbursements for Jim Pruitt. Item 6 is policy, no pets in the workplace. 7 is travel and reimbursement policy. 8 is Surfline host agreement, camera on Surfers Beach restroom complex. Fourth quarter is fiscal year 2025 rent report. Fourth quarter fiscal year financial report spending authority, and 11 is the fourth quarter fiscal year investment report. Does anybody want to pull any consent items for discussion?
I would. I'd like to pull item 6, which is policy 2.1.8, no pets in the workplace.
Okay, we will pull that down. Any other?
Then I'll move to approve the consent calendar minus item 6. So 1 through 11, item 6 pulled off.
I'll second that.
Todd, back in with spirit. Okay. Let's, all those in favor say aye, opposed say no, or abstention.
Hi.
All right.
Aye.
Aye. It passed. It all passes except item 6, which we will now discuss. So item 6 is policy 2.18, no pets in the workplace. Van Hoff.
Policy basically has been developed. It isn't a policy that the district has had in the past. It's been developed because there have been some employees who have raised concerns about animals at the workplace. And basically the best practices, some of the decisions to prohibit pets in the workplace are health and allergies, safety concerns, hygiene and cleanliness, productivity and professionalism. Obviously, we would have exceptions to include service animals and support animals with prior approval. And the general manager has approval to allow for special consideration.
Was there an incident that triggered this policy to be put in place? Was there a specific situation that triggered this policy to be put in place or drafted, like within the workplace?
Yes. There are a few incidences of dogs leaving themselves in the workplace and the owner not realizing the dog has made a mess and therefore did not clean it up for another employee to find.
That dog in control by the employee?
It was just a dog in the office. In the field,
It wasn't, it was it.
it wasn't the district office issues.
Okay. This is, this is Catherine's got one too.
There is an exception in there for public events, such as the Lighted Boat Festival, and other public events that are outdoors and open to the public. Dogs aren't prohibited in the workplace at that point. So you can bring your dog, as long as they're outside and on a leash.
And what can you companion with?
Service animals are accepted.
I don't think we're able to even ask that.
I don't think so.
The law says you can ask them if they are a certified dog, and if they say yes, you can't ask them for a card, but did have one. So there's a difference between service and support also. That's why. the two
We're
are
talking about
distinct.
our employees too.
Yeah.
Right.
So if they had want an accommodation with a service dog, they have to go through human resources.
My other question was just kind of for general information. You say that you researched best practices of other public agencies. What was the result of that? Do any other public agencies allow pets? 1%, 20%? I mean, and what agencies? Is that just county? I guess county agencies.
I would say the majority of the agencies don't have a pet policy because it's kind of a given that pets aren't allowed. And so this is just based on examples that are available out there, yeah. Most everyone, even when I worked with the unions, they said, you know, this is very unusual.
I think this is a little overly prescriptive personally. People have enjoyed some of the animals that have come into our Harbor Commission meetings. People have commented how it's a lot more friendly. And I'd be voting against this and say, we should just be a little bit stricter where there's problems and address those on site.
I think we should send this back to committee, maybe you and Newcomb, to figure out how to keep this harbor with its friendly attitudes and yet find a way to keep the premises clean from
My only challenge is if you do that and you do that consideration is I think the health situation has to drive it. You have somebody who's significantly allergic and they're working in that same environment. I think that has to be a priority, but that could be something you can evaluate.
I agree.
Ad hoc committee?
I
Yeah.
suggest we form an ad hoc committee and bring this back and look at it a little more closely.
I'd be supportive of that.
I have found that there are times when there's a great deal of stress in this room, and it's always a pleasure to have I was looking
My
at
dog,
it.
right?
Yes.
The dog who sleeps.
So, I suggest take this back to a, ad hoc committee. Do we have any comment from the audience?
Hello, I live in Moss Beach. My name is Carlisle Ann Young. And I would just like to make, before you table it or go to ad hoc committee, consider your insurance and check with them. And also, I would say that most public meetings don't have the directors bringing their dogs because it's not really professional looking. Thank you.
Thank you. We will be considering all of those and other items in the ad hoc committee. So. do we
Kevin,
have-
one more public comment. Go ahead, Kimberly.
Hi, this is Kimberly Williams, and I'm speaking as a member of the community. I just wanted to say, having encountered this in my own workplace at some point in time, that it is a good practice not to allow dogs in the workplace because, as George mentioned, some people are allergic. In one office I worked in, there happened a flea problem because an owner brought a dog in that was infested with fleas. So there are a lot more problems that can happen to make employees uncomfortable. And I would advocate for supporting our good Harbor District employees in this matter and approve the policy. Thank you.
So do we need, what do? Motion.
Just a motion
Take
to
this
table.
back, let's just table it and send it to an ad hoc committee.
I think you just, that would be the motion for you to set
Okay.
up an ad hoc. Motion would- Yeah, so I'll make that motion to set the ad hoc committee for the purpose of reviewing a potential policy or not for pets in the workplace.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say
Aye.
no. Abstentions, motion carries. Moving on to discussion. Item 1, Surfers Beach update. John Moran.
Now, got, our consultant, Brad Damitz, that's a coastal engineering consultant, that's been leading this project, for the last 10 years. He's gonna be giving us the monthly update. Go ahead, Brad.
Thanks, John. Hello, commissioners and staff. Let me just share my screen here. Okay. So as you're aware, and as you've probably seen around the harbor and from discussions already in this board meeting, we've got a lot going on with the Surfers Beach project. Continues to be challenging, but we are making everything happen smoothly as possible. And got a little bit of an update here for you. The board has asked for monthly updates for the project. And this is our way of informing the public about what's happening out there and announcing any type of activities that are upcoming that might affect public activities. So here we go. Am I sharing? Yeah, you can see my screen, correct?
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
showing, Brad.
Great. Okay. All right. Real quickly, 3 major project areas for this big construction project. We've got the Surfers Beach area where sand will be placed. We've got the dredging areas over in the East Basin, and then the eelgrass mitigation area all the way over on the West Basin side by the West Outer Breakwater. I always like to put up a few slides just to kind of allow people to visualize what the issues are here. Pillar Point Harbor, when it was built in the late 50s, early 60s, the outer breakwaters, the way they were constructed, interfered with the transport of sediment down coast and ended up trapping a lot of the sand that would have made its way down the coast and on the beach at Surfers Beach inside the harbor. This photo here is from a couple of years ago. And the reason I've got an old picture here is you can see not only did the erosion work its way all the way up close enough to Highway 1 that they had to build a revetment to protect it, But over time, even that revetment and the stairway down to the beach has become damaged by the force of the winter storms and the waves crashing on it. Now, this area has been patched up and fixed. But if you look just down the beach a little bit, there continues to be some pretty significant erosion. This is Murata West Park. You can see how close that erosion is coming to the coastal trail. Just in the past few years, when we've been trying to get permits for the project, I've seen a significant amount of erosion in this area, and it's not going to be long if no action is taken before that's going to affect the coastal trail and Highway 1. And what you'll see is that with no other options, what will happen is Caltrans will just keep extending that revetment down the coast. So the other issue that the project is dealing with is shoaling inside the harbor. Sand is being trapped. Again, this photo is a few years old. It's actually worse now. But you can see the extent of sand where that used to be open coast because it's been trapped inside of the harbor. So what the project real simply is going to do is, so Pillar Point Harbor, harbor of refuge, it needs to be dredged to allow access for boats, safe anchorage. That's just a mandate of the harbor district. This project is going to address that by removing 75,000 cubic yards of sand and placing it at Surfers Beach. In order to do that, eelgrass has established itself in the harbor in the areas that need to be dredged because it's become shallower. It's an area where eelgrass would not have grown, but because it's been filled in with sand, the eelgrass established itself. And in order to get permission and permits to be able to dredge in that area, we have to mitigate for eelgrass. So, everything you've seen so far with the pumping of sand over to that area, that's all addressing the eelgrass mitigation. It's also providing a place for a lot of the sediments at the boat launch ramp too. So it does benefit the harbor district as well. This is a pilot project. It's something that's being done in the National Marine Sanctuary where nothing like this has ever happened. So we're studying it very closely, going at like a medium, small scale rather than a larger project. But if it turns out to be successful, then certainly a larger project could be pursued in the future. And as part of this, because it's a pilot project and because it's in an area with extensive amount of regulatory agencies and jurisdictions, we're required to do a lot of physical and ecological monitoring. And I just bring that up because that's a big portion of the project expenses and the activities around the harbor. And Harbor Patrol staff and John Moran, Director of Operations, have been very, very excellent in allowing a lot of these activities and coordinating them throughout the harbor. So if you see people doing surveys or boats out there, this likely that's part of this project. Basic timeline here, and we'll get into the details, but the first part of the project, and when I gave my presentation last month, the photos and the updates were all related to this first one, which is contractor mobilization. In order to do a big project like this, you got to bring in a ton of heavy equipment. There's a lot of moving pieces to this, and it's going to cause some minor disturbances, but it's just all part of being this temporary large construction project that needs to occur. Once the mobilization was completed around July 28th or so, they began dredging near the boat launch ramps, off of the boat launch ramps, and pumping that sand over to the West Basin to build up a platform, underwater platform where eelgrass can be transplanted into. And right now where we're at is that is nearly completed. I think within the next day or so, they're going to have that filled in, but then it's going to be about a week or so while that sediment kind of settles down so that they can then transplant the eelgrass in there. So we're kind of in a waiting period right now. Transplanting eelgrass is the next one, and you'll see in the schedule in a second. Following that, or concurrently, actually with the eelgrass transplant, they're going to be starting to dredge and pump sand over to Surfers Beach and place that in a berm shape on the beach. And then once the project is completed, it's going to take a couple of weeks to get all that equipment out of here again. So some key dates, the bids were opened on May 6th. The district reviewed all those bids closely and signed a contract with Vortex Marine Construction on the 27th. between the next couple of weeks was all working out the details and approvals, getting all the submittals and information that was required by the contractor. And they were issued a notice to proceed on June 24th. The start date was July 28th. They began dredging in areas 1B and 1C. I'll give you a map about those later. But the actual construction started on July 29th. The next couple of ones, and I want to give a caveat here, the reason why we did not post this with the agenda at the end of last week is because this project is moving forward a mile per minute and everything is changing from day to day. We wanted to have the most updated schedule and information to present to the board and the public. So that's why we posted it yesterday. Having said that, these next couple of bullets are subject to change by a few days, but we're working through some of these issues as Jim mentioned earlier. We are trying to secure a staging area. We did put in a request to use that staging area back in May, and we've been waiting to get an answer. Hopefully that'll happen soon, and we can move forward with this next step, which is dredging in dredge areas 1A and dredge areas 2. So you'll start to see a lot of activity shifting over from inside the harbor to the dredging will still be inside the harbor, but the pumping will be going over to Surfers Beach rather than to the other side of the harbor. Construction completion date, we're looking at right now, schedule of around October 18th, with demobilization completed around November 3rd. A lot of, as I mentioned, required studies, surveys, biological activities. This is just a list of some of the ones that have already been completed. We've been lucky in that no black abalone were noted, no snowy plovers. These are things that would have slightly affected the project, although we did have contingency to address those. Now, getting to some of the details of what has happened so far. So, last presentation, it was all about the installation of the pipeline, assembly of the pipeline, getting all the equipment to the site. So leaving off, the next thing that they did was actually take those pipelines and brought them out into the harbor. This schematic here will kind of show you why that was necessary. So in order to pump the sand from the dredging areas over to the other side of the harbor where it's being filled in for the eelgrass transplant, you had to take a 12-inch inner diameter pipeline and bring it all the way around here. In order to not block the entrance to the harbor, it had to be sunken and to allow the boats to come through. And that was one activity that was done twice, and I'll explain why in a second. So dredging operations began near the launch ramps on August 29th. That was a big day. Everybody very happy that construction finally was underway. But what else could have happened with this project than a tsunami coming in on the first night of construction? And by the way, we did secure permission from the Coastal Commission to work nights and weekends during this first phase of the project inside the harbor. And we've also requested that we continue to be able to do so as we pump sand to the beach. We're waiting to hear back on that. So thank you to the Coastal Commission. That was a big help. But here's the tsunami delay. To answer Commissioner Slater Carter's question about Crescent City, I believe they sustained like $1 million worth of damage. And this is a harbor that's much more susceptible to tsunami damage. It was retrofitted to the tune of something like $50 million to make it more resilient, but they still sustained $1 million of damage. Santa Cruz as well, they had their dredge pipeline dislodged and knocked out of place, and it blocked the entrance to the harbor. So this was not something that was unique to the harbor. You can see a photo of the damaged pipeline. And then this is interesting. This is from a bathymetry survey. The before photo of this line going across the harbor entrance was before the tsunami came. And then this one, the 90-degree swing here, was what happened after the tsunami when they went out there and surveyed it. Miraculously, Vortex was able to get all this cleaned up, reinstalled, sunk in again at the harbor entrance with only 3 days of delay, and the project continued to move forward. So that went about as good as it could have gone. Worker environmental training. This is a requirement of the permits. This was held on, I'm sorry, this should say July 30th. Apologies for that one. First day of work at 7 a.m. between the shifts. What you see is Chris Rogers from Wood Biological Consulting on our team is giving the overview. This little sticker, this is a sticker over on the right-hand side. Terry Beckett, who's our resident engineer and construction inspector for the project, created these stickers, and that's how we kind of keep track of who has been gone through this training, is they put it on their hard hat, and it's a kind of a cool thing that I wanted to show everybody because I like it. So that was successful. Eelgrass mitigation. So as they started work, I have these photos here to kind of show you so you can get a visualization of how this works. This piece of equipment here on the left-hand side is something that goes on a barge where they pump that mixture of sand and water across the harbor. It goes out through a 12-inch pipe on one end and then gets spread like in a fan. That's what you see on the right-hand side. And as it gets spread, the barge moves around in a grid evenly. It's attached to wires and it kind of gets pulled. And that's how they spread this thing over the seafloor to get even coverage to match the plans. This photo on the right-hand side, this isn't from our project. This is a technique that's been used a couple other places, and this is from one of the other places. The equipment on the top of the barge is the same. The barge itself is different, but I just have the photo so you can see how it kind of fans off that side and creates an even stream, and it's kind of an ingenious way of getting the work done. On the left-hand side, you can see there's a 1,400-foot long turbidity curtain. What that does is it stops all the suspended sediments from getting pushed out into the harbor. It also protects the eelgrass outside of that area from being smothered. This was something that is above and beyond what we were asked to do for permits, but something that Vortex, the contractor, agreed to do because it is a benefit toward the project. It also helps kind of keep everything in place and helps with the settlement. That's going to be removed over the next few days. Big news, up until last week or so, there was only one dredge working the harbor. A new dredge arrived, and there it is right there. It's a large piece of equipment. The dredge that was running there now, I think 350 horsepower. This one's about 600 horsepower is what the contractor told me. So we'll be able to pump. The benefit here is working on a beach. You've got tides and waves coming back and forth. So you want to get as much work completed during the low tides before the water comes in. So it's a real benefit to be able to pump sand at a high volume as quickly as you can, ideally 24 hours per day, or at night when the tides are right, and during the weekends to get everything placed before it gets washed away. So that's what you see here. Again, this was a big operation, just getting that giant piece of equipment into the water. I'm very interesting how they completed that job. We've got a video. Somebody wants to hit me up later showing that, but it was very well-oiled machine, the way that the workers got this big piece of equipment transported over there and launched into the harbor. This just shows, this is this piece of machinery, and the one that is currently being used is a hydraulic suction dredge with a cutter head. So what this does is, this is the ladder arm here, and then this is a cutter head at the end. This cutter head spins around and kind of stirs up the sediment as the ladder attachment goes up and down to the right depth, and the dredge itself kind of shifts back and forth and moves. The picture on the right is the cutter head that's actually going to be used. Is going to replace this one on here, so that's why I put that there. A couple of little hiccups that they've been running into that do affect the project. There's been quite a bit of debris encountered at the boat launch ramp. Just to give a public service announcement, that really shuts down the project. They got to clear out the components of the dredge and stop everything, and it just creates a hassle. And I don't know if there's any way. I guess it's a boat launch ramp and it's to be expected, but if there's any way we could message this and try and prevent people from dropping debris in there, it would be helpful. On the left-hand side, There's a couple areas off the boat launch ramp where about 8 feet below mean low water, there's a layer of clay that they couldn't get beneath. Luckily, it was deep enough that it was already dredged quite deep, so it's not going to affect the performance of the actual dredging. It'll still be deep enough for boat access. But those are just two things that we've run into that have slightly caused periodic delays. Along Highway 1, everybody's probably seen this little detour and activities going on. That's not directly part of our project. That's something that we've been coordinating with Caltrans on to make sure that our projects kind of overlap smoothly without affecting one another. And to the most part, that's happened. It's been a very good relationship, but they actually replaced that stairway down to the beach, and with a much more robust big version of it, so that there's going to be restored coastal access and we've got to have a restored beach. So it's good timing on that. Another thing that happened just within the past few days is in order to get the heavy equipment down to the beach, they had to build a ramp, and the ramp was built out of large rocks on the existing revetment. Everything went smooth. This photo on the left, you can see that new stairway going up on the rocks, looking pretty good. And then also you may see we've got a lot of signage at the guidance of the Board of Harbor Commissioners to do good public outreach and education. We've got these signs throughout the harbor in a lot of places. And we've noticed a lot of people using those, and it's got a link, a QR code. You see a lot of people going there and finding more information. So I would say that's been a pretty good success. Getting to some of the engineering and design details, just to show you, again, a little more technical version of that initial diagram I showed you. The dredging areas here, the existing eelgrass, and then over here is the eelgrass fill area. The green dots are the eelgrass, and that's from a recent pre-construction survey where eelgrass currently exists. Close up here, this is where the work has occurred to date. This is dredge area 1A, 1B, and 1C. 1B is right here at the ramps. Or that might be, I think that's 1B. 1C is this large one off here. Those are both have been largely completed. They'll be completed within the next day or so. Pumped over to the eelgrass mitigation area. And then once we sign off on those and get the surveys, this will be the next area where you'll see activity in. This is all excellent quality beach sand that's going to get pumped over to Surfers Beach. Just a note on this dredging project here, I think everybody will appreciate. This is by far the largest dredging that's occurred within the harbor, particularly at the boat launch ramps. I think it's been dredged. It was built in 92, dredged in 98, 2005, 2006, somewhere around there, 2013, and again in just 2018. So the last one, we took out 1,600 cubic yards. The one before that was about 5,000 to 6,000 cubic yards. I'm not sure the volumes on the previous ones, but it was probably less than 5,000. We've already taken out about 18,000 cubic yards out of there. So it's going to really be a big benefit to operations at the boat launch ramps, hopefully for quite a time. This is one of the daily surveys from last week. This is from the 15th. And only the areas in green, you can see where that was progress during that particular day. And this is a little bit confusing, but if you look at the numbers here, you can see 8.5, 8.5, 8.9, 7.8, 9.8. Those are all the depth below mean low or low water. And that just shows us that this is a lot deeper than it was before. So that's good news. And we'll have a better image for you on the next one once we get that whole survey done. This is just a daily survey. Again, on the eelgrass mitigation fill area, I just have this image here to show you where that is. This is the outer breakwater here on the west side. And this, again, is not at our site, but just to show the technique that they're using over there. And then here's that bathymetry survey, and you can see all this red. That's all fill. So that's where they place sand over there that will get transplanted with the eelgrass. And hard to read if you're not familiar with looking at these bathymetry surveys, but this is good. It shows that there's a lot of sediment placed there. Next steps for the project, which as I give a presentation next month, I will have photos showing this, and in between now and then, you'll be able to go there and see it yourselves, which is pumping sand over to the beach. So what they have to do is reconfigure that other dredge pipeline that exists now, and then move that so it goes over to the beach. They're going to kind of cross it along Surfers Beach and then pull it up on top of those rocks of the revetment. In order to do that, they need the heavy equipment to be able to pull it up. And in order to have that, we need a staging area. So this is just pending approval of a staging area. It could happen any day. I'll give you some dates in a second. But what they'll do is they will pump sand, what's called slurry. So it's a mixture of sand and water that gets pumped hydraulically from the dredge itself over to the beach. They're going to bring in that second pipeline as well, which is it's a 14-inch inner diameter pipeline. They're going to attach that to the larger dredge that you saw and then operate them both at the same time, pumping over to Surfers Beach. And as they start on the far end here, where you see this little square, rectangle, as they start filling in those areas, they're going to move their way towards the outer breakwater, towards the harbor, until it's completed. Real quickly, this is just, there's been some, I don't know, rumors or talk that, there's not a lot of eelgrass in the harbor anymore. This is the definitive eelgrass survey from a couple of months ago, and you can see this is where it exists. The eelgrass here in this dredge area 1 has already been removed and transplanted. And then this is the eelgrass that's going to be removed and transplanted in the area that's right now settling. This area over here, although we're mitigating for that eelgrass, is left in place as a reference area so we can compare the success of the eelgrass. This is all part of the eelgrass mitigation plan that we have posted on the website. So a few announcements, and we're trying to be as specific as we can, and this changes from day to day, but the most recent information will always be up on the website. So already happening right now, and should be for the next couple of days, is that pipeline launch, where they'll take that second pipeline from up above next to Sam's Chowder House in that assembly area, pull it down across the trail, down onto the beach, and then they'll start pulling it over to the dredging area too, along the East Breakwater. This is going to have a few minor delays each time that they pull the pipe down and have to block that path. It'll be no more than an hour or so, and that'll happen 5 times. And it's been pretty smooth so far. The construction crew has been working very well in accommodating people passing and stuff, but we understand that this is going to be a temporary inconvenience. It's just something that if it doesn't happen, then the project can't happen. So the other thing is that secondary pipeline, once they get it down on the beach from that hill, they're gonna, I'm sorry. So this existing pipeline that's now working off of the boat launch ramps, that's going to be rerouted from over on the west side of the harbor, the eelgrass area. Once we sign off on the survey and say that they've done what they were required to do as far as placing the sediment and the right, according to the plans, then they'll take that pipeline, sink it, pull it across. There'll be a short time where the mouth of the harbor again will be closed. At less than an hour, we'll give 24 hours notice and work with Harbor Patrol and everybody. It will be notice to mariners, all that stuff. That will be happening sometime over the next 4 or 5 days, again, depending on getting this staging area resolved. So that's the kind of rapid fire update. Lots more information on the website. Everything from the bid documents to the construction plans, all the permits, all the background reports, surveys, everything's up there. My number and email address are on the bottom. Anybody can reach out to me with questions. And with that, speaking of questions, I'll wrap it up because I'm sure there are some.
Thank you, Brad. That was excellent. I love all the photos to help
Yeah.
us understand visually what a complex project this is. Do you have any questions from the board?
Not necessarily a question, but Brad, I think it's important for everyone to understand that prior to what's happening right now, the material that was dredged from the harbor had to be disposed of inland. Much more expensive, a waste of good sand, clean quality material that should have gone to the beach. And it only took us 20 years to get it to the beach. So it's a big deal. And you know, a lot of the challenge was the marine sanctuary, but now they've kind of come around to understanding that the beach is a dynamic ecosystem that should be replaced. So we have this demonstration, we'll do a lot of data collection, and hopefully we can expand this in the future.
I'm just curious about that rotary dredge head. Having seen a lot of debris in the harbor and what came out by the launch ramp, what happens when that encounters something hard?
They have to shut down the dredge, pull it up, get the crew on it, and just start kind of, I mean, it's a very durable piece of equipment. It's designed for these type of things, but it still gets clogged. Even that clay, it took them several hours to kind of take a big demolition, you know, one of those big poles and kind of knock everything loose. And it's just part of dredging to a certain degree. But if that debris wasn't out there, it would have been smoother, to say the least.
They, in addition, of course, to moving all the sand, any of this debris, which is made up of old anchors, boats that have been demolished over storms for decades, all these metals that have been found are, and all the trash is pulled up, and we've allowed them to put a dumpster near the restroom, and that's all the hauled away.
Use divers for that, or how do they?
They're able to, we've got track movers there, and they're able to latch onto it when it hooks into when it gets clogged up into the dredge head, the rotating head, and they clean that, they raise it, clean it out, hook it to anything heavy, and put it into the track mover, and move it over to the dump. Right.
In fact, it was something that was required as part of the specs and the plan, the contract with the contractor, because it's anticipated. When last time we dredged the boat launch ramp with an excavator, they still ran into a lot of debris. They need to separate that, stockpile it, and bring it offsite and dispose of it. And that's just, you know, one of the things that's in the contract.
Yeah, I just want to thank Brad and the staff for just being so persistent about just moving this process forward. I think it's been a long time in the making. And the public, literally for the last, 10 years, have been very, very, very engaged. We've been hearing about this dredging project and how it should be moving forward for a very long time. So thank you for all of that. And I'm glad to hear, Brad, that the Coastal Commission is allowed, what is it, dredging is, I might be misquoting you, dredging in the evening, is that right?
Yeah, so the original permit had always was work can occur 1 hour before sunrise to 1 hour after sunset on weekdays only. And we submitted a request before the project started. We kind of did it piecemeal. We started with the first phase of the project that was going to be just inside the harbor. And, you know, after a few weeks of considering it and providing more information, they said, yes, we will allow that. And then about a week ago, we put in another one and we said, you know, so far everything's gone smooth. And we'd like to continue working 24/7, pumping the sand over to Surfers Beach. And we're still waiting to hear back on that one. So fingers
They wouldn't
crossed.
actually be working 24/7, but they allow them allowing us to work 24/7 would,
Yeah.
would allow us to choose the best times
Right.
for our, to maximize the low tides. A lot of that
Okay.
slurry, make it most effective, has to be put down during low tide.
Yeah.
Well, I had the honor of meeting our fairly new Assembly Speaker, Speaker Rivas, at an event on Sunday, and I know that he's trying to move things along with these types of projects through the Coastal Commission. So I thanked him for that, and I think, and Catherine met him too. And I think there is support of that with also the balance of the environmental issues. So I'm just glad we're able to get this project done and thank the public for their support because it's been a long time coming, like I said.
Yeah, it's been 10 years that
At
I've been with,
least.
that I've been with
Yeah.
the district, and Brad was actually working on getting our first grant for funding.
Before that.
Before that.
Right.
And,
So we're talking probably 10 to 15 years, yeah.
and consultant Damitz, along with subcontractor ESA, the coastal engineering team, have done an excellent job with all of this design and all the challenges with us being the first to ever be allowed as a pilot project to deposit dredge spoils, sediment, as a result of dredging into a national marine sanctuary.
Yeah.
So that was a significant hurdle that was, that we were able to overcome. I will say though that, and Brad, you can jump in here, the way that ESA designed the project, depositing all the sand initially and even mining some of the existing sand, create a berm, and then us through the pipes of slurry sand being deposited on the east side and working our way west toward the breakwater. That is the way that the project is designed, to occur. However, unfortunately, even though our fine engineering team led by consultant Damitz have been talking with the county parks since 2021 about
Yeah.
using this staging area that's in an optimal place, staging the heavy equipment to make that way the project is designed able to occur. They have recently come back rejecting our ability to use that staging area, claiming that it is not in the best interest of parks, which is very questionable. Fortunately, our general manager, and I don't want to make him the spot here, but our general manager has been able to rationally with the county parks department, individual. He was challenged for whatever reasons. Again, the reason he said is because it's not in the best interest of parks. But at any rate, that this is right now regretfully delaying the project from occurring and is a threat to the project going forward as originally designed. If we cannot work out challenges with county parks, and Mateo County Parks, we're going to have to first look at other alternatives. Fortunately, our consultant Damitz is talking to Caltrans, trying to work out another area that's within their easement, if at all possible. And then also the general manager has worked to see if there was the potential of using the Native Community Services District property across Highway 1 on the east side of Highway 1, which they are very cooperative and have already given us permission. However, that will require Highway 1 to be closed multiple times with tracked vehicles, tracked heavy machinery going across it. So that would be the least desirable, if that is even possible.
So Jim, thank you for working with the Parks Department on that. I think it's important, and I have no doubt that you're gonna have a successful outcome and build that partnership and strengthen it. So thanks.
And I'm sharing a photo here just to give some context. If you look on the very upper left-hand corner, that's the area that we're talking about using. We've had that surveyed by biologists and stuff. There's nothing sensitive in nature there that, you know, there's no endangered species or anything that would prevent it. So it's just a matter of, I think they've been reluctant to approve it because people will complain, and that's sort of just what happens in this area. There's vocal members of the community, and they're going to complain. And unfortunately, you know, that's what we've been running into with this project. I swear the same people who were complaining that the boat launch ramps needed to be dredged years ago are the ones that are complaining that now we're interfering with launching of boats because of the dredging. So it's just, you know, it's a little discouraging. Projects like this will cause temporary inconveniences, but it's just necessary for it to happen.
Our project, this is a good picture here, because our project will actually, you can see where this area, where we want to stage equipment on the county parks area, county parks controlled area, is being undermined. Becoming actually a danger for people that are walking or using that area for picnicking or whatever. Our project will backfill this area and actually, when we're done, leave it more safe and in better condition than it is currently.
County's main concern is track vehicles will cause to the park and to the coastal trail, and that the safety issues caused by heavy track vehicles going over the coastal trail and possibly causing tripping hazards. Then also the scheduling of closing the coastal trail. Each time we have to move the tractors back and forth, and that's going to be a minimum of at least twice a day with the tide cycles. So we're working through that. Again, I was expecting to hear an answer last night. They're still working through it. And after this meeting, I'll be contacting them again and asking for a status update, but we do need to get it. If we don't get it approved today, the project will be impacted because we won't be able to put our equipment out there to do the job. Moving it across Highway 1 while GCSD has been very cooperative would be very difficult. And again, we're talking heavy track vehicles going across the pavement, and it's a much larger area to protect instead of just a coastal trail. And it would shut down traffic multiple times. And we'd have to go through the Caltrans easement and then on to the GCSD property. So that's not a very good option. It's there. The option, as John was talking about, is working with Caltrans to use their current area in which they're doing this stair repair and place the equipment there on the edge. But that's going to require a full permitting process through Caltrans, which will delay everything again. So I'm very hopeful the county will come through, approve it. They may require us to do some extra steps, and we'll do those extra steps. But as of right now, we do not have approval.
Probably next door buzz or coastside buzz.
Jim for working.
So the
Website.
and the website, so that you can be aware. Terrible thing for us to have to delay this project another year. It would be added expense and more permitting. So now comments from the audience. And please fill out a speaker slip. when you're
I
done.
did about a burning strip issue.
We did, but I'll need one for G6. too.
Okay.
I'm sorry, for this item, G1.
Don Mosley from El Granada, a past elected official with the school district, 13 years removed. You've got your executive staff doing the actual real work. You're the board. There's also some political pressure you can put on San Mateo County Board of Supervisors, especially Ray Mueller. I don't know what they can do to pressure a parks supervisor, but this type of backwash that we're getting from the San Mateo County Parks sounds very procedural and not very reasonable. So you can ask your general manager to do all the hard work talking about executing the plan, but you guys are the representatives that deal with the county representatives. So you can get to work and make a few phone calls too. Thank
So can the public, because they represent you too.
you. We will.
Thank you. And I will just say, as somebody who worked very hard to protect that Murata surf area from the multiple apartments that were going to be put in it many years ago, and to get it converted to park, I think this is one of the reasons we want to work together with county parks, is for the good of the community. And it's a broader community. If our tracks do any damage, we're going to repair it, right? It's not going to stay that way. Thank
Yeah.
you.
And to be clear, the heavy machinery, no matter where it was, the equipment will have to go across the trail no matter what. And our contractor already has plans to mitigate for that with heavy, thick plywood being put across. And again, we allow inspection prior to demobilization. Sure, if the contractor makes everything back exactly as it was before or better.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. And, yeah, let's do what we can to keep the comments within the 2 minutes or maybe even under.
Thank
Hello?
you. Carlisle Young, Moss Beach. Can you hear me?
Now we
Yep.
can.
Thank you. Two things. I had a question. First of all, I just want to say thank you so much for doing this project. It seems like it's been more than 12 years that I've been waiting. And the question is about the eelgrass. You mentioned it's going to be replanted into sediment, and I wondered if you tested the sediment for any marine toxins and stuff, if it's been dredged from the harbor sand or sediment, if that's even something, because usually when I transplant, I put new soil around my plants, but that's just a concern of mine. And are we importing any new eelgrass, or is it all existing eelgrass that we had before? And my second comment is just that rather than waiting for parks to slow you down, maybe you should just contact the county executive, because he's the overseer of all the departments, not the board of supervisors.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I believe that we've been testing the harbor.
Yeah, I can answer
And
that.
the
All of
dredging.
all of the sediment in that entire dredge area has been thoroughly core sampled and tested. And this is not within the inner harbor where all the boats are kept. This is where the launch ramp is. And that is all largely sand that has come in from the ocean through the entrance and worked its way over there, or has been moved down during heavy rainstorms out the Deer Creek outfall. So it's very clean, it's very clean.
And tested.
Tested
Thank you.
sediment.
Okay.
And we are having to only use all of the eelgrass that is currently there to transplant. We're not able to bring in eelgrass from elsewhere.
Hi, this is Kimberly. Can you hear me? Hello?
Hear you. Time has started.
Okay, this is Kimberly Williams. At this point, I'm speaking on behalf of San Mateo County Surfrider Chapter or Surfrider Foundation. I want to thank Mr. Domitz for all his work in ensuring the environmental integrity of this project. We really appreciate that. I have a question about the impacts to wildlife with the 24-hour work going on, especially lighting impacts and activity impacts to birds, pelicans in particularly. If you could speak to that and how you're looking at that and measuring any impacts to those species, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Brad, you want to jump in here? I know that we just had a bird survey conducted.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, these were all questions that the Coastal Commission has asked. We have best management practices in place. The orientation of the lighting is not a lot of lighting that's being used compared to the ambient conditions. We've got all these tower lights all throughout the harbor at the boat launch ramp. So this is just a negligible addition of lighting that we've determined is not going to cause any impacts to wildlife. And the other issue was noise. And Coastal Commission did make us do a noise study while we were in the permitting process, and that was we put a couple of recording devices out at Surfers Beach area and determined that the amount of noise level above the ambient noise was pretty much negligible from the dredging, and it wasn't going to have an impact on the wildlife. So those were issues that were brought up by Coastal Commission as a concern. I think we were able to convince them that it wasn't going to be an issue.
Have another public comment, John Olam.
Olam?
Go ahead, John.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I was just wondering, as you know, that when the next storm comes in, much of that sand is going to be pulled back out because the ocean is what's been pulling apart the Surfer Beach and threatening the highway there. So what's being done to make sure the sand you pump there stays there? Thanks.
To that, Brad, or you want me to?
I can answer that. So yeah, the only way to ensure that the sand would remain in place would be to put up some sort of sand retention structure, an offshore reef or groin or breakwater, right? We understand just the nature of this project is not permanent placement of sand. Over time, it will get washed away. We're anticipating that a lot of that sand is going to work its way down the coast, where there's, continuation of those significant erosion problems, and it'll still have benefits over time. Some of it will work offshore. It'll make the waves break out further, still provide some protection. But ultimately, this is an approach that if you want it to be a long-term solution, you'd either have to place periodically larger volumes every 8 or 10 years or whatever. You'd have to look at some sort of sand retention structure maybe to see if you can help keep it in place. There's other options. This is just a pilot project. We're trying to study where this volume of sand, ultimately how long it stays on the beach, where it ends up going, and if it provides protection, looking at the erosion rates and stuff. So it's not intended to be the long-term fix for this erosion problem. It's just
Thank you, Brad.
one of many.
It sounds like this discussion will.
As part of that, as General Manager Pruitt mentioned earlier, the Water Resources Development Act of 2024 approved or authorized the study to look at exactly that. Is what is the long-term fix? If you do not have some type of structure that provides energy absorption for that beach, being offshore, there's many other kind of options, then placing sand there on a recurrent interval called beach nourishment would be an option, but where's that sand going to come from? It's not going to come from the harbor. The harbor barely dredges. Well, they only dredge every 5 to 8 years, but they only accumulate about 5,000 cubic yards a year. You need a project. These beach nourishment projects are on the order of 500,000 to 1 million cubic yards, maybe every 5 years. That will not come from the harbor. We don't have that kind of sand depositing in the harbor. So, but the fact of the matter is that the Corps of Engineers will be doing that study, looking from that corner, the breakwater, all the way down. We haven't determined a full study area yet, but at least down towards past Dunes Beach, towards Pulisitres Creek. So that will be the whole study area, looking at how to solve the problem for that whole area.
And let's move on. I don't see anyone else. Let's move on to item 2. the Water Emergency Transportation Authority.
Senator Carter, John Olin would like to speak again.
No.
Okay.
For the WIDA MO. Who's general manager?
Morning again. This topic is about an MOU between the San Mateo County Harbor District and WIDA, which is the Water Emergency Transportation Authority. And they operate a ferry that operates in and out of Oyster Point Marina. While the Harbor District manages Oyster Point Marina, we've entered into a long-term lease with WIDA to operate the ferry terminal. And it's their responsibility to dredge that area around their ferry terminal. Our docks, dock number 8 and dock number 11 border those areas. And when they have their dredging equipment mobilized, we want to take advantage of that and ask them to dredge dock 8 area and around dock 11, they also need to be dredged. So working with WEDA, we were able to develop this MOU with them so that we can cost share and take advantage of the economies of scale and save the Harbor District tens of thousands of dollars on mobilization costs to get our areas that need to be dredged. The original MOU was drafted, caused me a little concern in the fact that it was committing the district to pay for the dredge, and we did not know the cost or extent of it. So we modified the MOU as attached to say that they'll send out a request for bid for the entire dredge project. But once it comes back in, the Harbor District and WEDA will then review it and decide the scope of the actual project based on available funding from the district. Once that comes back and we come up with a recommended plan for the board, we'll be coming back to the board for permission to either execute the MOU and have them dredge our area or not authorize it due to lack of funding. My recommendation is to approve and authorize the general manager to sign a memorandum of understanding between the San Mateo County Harbor District and the Water Emergency Transportation Authority to cost share the dredge expenses. Legal has reviewed and this document.
Jim, I'm looking at the draft MOU under section 3 responsibilities. So, and maybe I am not clear on this, but it says under 3A design of dredging plan. I know that's under their responsibility and authority. Are we going to be able to give input on that just so that we have an understanding what our, because I didn't, unless the intent is in here, I didn't actually see.
So we're basically asking them to dredge the edge of their fields, which is our responsibility. And that'll all be included in the overall request for proposal. It'll be separated out cost-wise so that we can then decide if we want to move forward.
Right, but are we going to have a say in the design
Yes.
of this? So, okay, so that's not in here that I can see explicitly. It talks about, WEDA will provide the Harbor District with the cost estimate for our portion of the dredging. And we'll have the ability to approve or deny the funding, but it doesn't say, even like in the section 3A, that we would actually have some say in the design. I mean, do we have to approve the design? I mean, what is our role besides getting the percentage of what our responsibility would be from them?
Prior to moving forward and expending any funds, we'll have to approve the design. But we can add a sentence in there that the district is involved in the original project RFP.
That's what I would do. I think
Have
we
that.
have to have explicit language about stuff like this in there. I mean, I don't know what anyone else thinks, but that's what I would suggest.
I think it makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, do you mind adding that in there? Would that be under 3A? Or, yeah, probably under 3A in the.
I'll work
draft.
with WEDA
Okay,
and legal to make sure we put it in there.
Okay.
With the concept that the Harbor District is involved in the original design and the issuing of the RFP.
okay, great. Because we may actually have contacts that would be more cost effective. I mean, I don't know. I just want something explicit about our role in this. Thank
I can add
you.
that.
Thank you.
So I recommend that the motion be amended then to include, the edits.
Any other comments from the board? Seeing none, comments from the public? Seeing none, any online? Seeing none?
I'll make a motion to approve and authorize the general manager to sign the memorandum of understanding between the Harbor District and WETA, and with the amendment that I've suggested, and that the general manager will include in the MOU going to WETA.
Since this is the contract, could we have a roll call?
Second.
Public comment.
We needed that.
Let's have a roll call vote. Yeah, we did.
President Slater Carter?
Yes, for public.
Yeah, she's doing a roll call.
Aye.
Jane Crowley,
Aye.
Commissioner Mathush,
Aye.
Commissioner Zemke,
Aye.
Commissioner Delmer.
Can't hear anything.
This was a new lease from, with the Half Moon Bay Kayak Company. The, co-owner of the kayak company is now the sole, one of the co-owners is now the sole owner, Chris Manchester. He is now the sole proprietor of Half Moon Bay Kayak Company. They're operating out of the Harbor District under current commercial activity permit, which goes year to year. He approached the district and, for business purposes on his side. He requested that we convert this commercial activity permit to a lease. And that's in line with how we're treating the other tenant on Perch Beach with Ocean Ciders. They operate Ocean Ciders under a lease. And this will benefit both Kayak Company and the Harbor District, because it will now have forecasted lease payments with a signed lease into the future. There's a few changes to it. The lease provides exclusive use of the area for the kayak company, with the exceptions of the ADA parking spot that was installed at the improved coastal trail through that area. It also, public access through the undeveloped portions of his area. The public may cross that and get on down onto Perch Beach itself. So it remains open to the public. It adds a small section of the area off to the, I guess it would be the south of the property that he is currently using already for preparing the kayaks to go out into the harbor. So we just added that area to his lease. And then also that area is just a few feet or few hundred square feet larger than what the ADA parking spot that was placed within his previous area of responsibility under the cap. So it's close to a wash. And if you've been down there recently, he also, as authorized by this proposed lease, installed a new storefront, which is much nicer, much cleaner, and more professional, I think, and adds more style to that area, and it's safer for him too. Still no electricity on land on that area, and no running water for sewage. Is also, there's no sewage system, so that remains the same. My recommendation is that we approve the general manager to sign the attached lease between the Half Moon Bay Kayak Company and the San Mateo County Harbor District. Legal has been has reviewed this lease in the development.
I didn't see a lease rate.
It's in there.
Not in the lease.
Is it blank still? It's remained the same as of his monthly rate under his commercial activity permit, is what I'm recommending. I thought I put it back in there.
I couldn't find it either.
It's on. This current cap is $630 for the unimproved area, and that was from the 2023 cap. It's higher than that now, correct?
Include his rate nor his percentage.
Right. Want to bring this back at our next meeting?
I could.
Let's just table this and bring it back at the next meeting. Don't worry,
Copies of that.
happens. Good thing we have another meeting. So we'll table this
Percentage fees are page 109
In the,
of the package.
I'd like to see them actually printed in the lease.
That is, and on the lease itself. Section 7B under rent,
the draft lease.
but the rent itself, I did put
And
the,
itself.
I'll get those updated and we'll bring it back next one.
Thank you. Do we have any quick public comments?
Comment online.
Thank you. Kimberly Williams? Go ahead.
Hi, this is Kimberly Williams. I'm speaking on behalf of myself as a community member and local kayaker. I oppose the exclusive use provision of this contract. I also oppose adding more area to this contract. And I'd like to say that as a local kayaker, several years back, more than 10 maybe, there was talk from the Harbor District of returning this area to natural shoreline. There were concerns voiced about Chris's operation because, and as a kayaker, and I can say this on behalf of other kayakers in the area as well, we often encounter renters from the kayak company who have been insufficiently set up to be on the water, in some cases with dangerous boats and dangerous setups, and that continues to happen. So we have concerns about that. I'm opposed to expanding the footprint of the operation with more containers. And I would advocate for phasing this contract out at some point. I know this contract is for a 5-year lease, and I would ask that the Harbor District consider some changes and not adding that exclusive use or expanding its footprint at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have those in the minutes and the general manager will take them into consideration. Thank you. Moving right along to G4, Burnham Strip overflow parking request for proposals. Winning bid consideration, and Don Moran is going to handle that. I have a number of speaker slips, and so I'm going to ask people to limit their questions and comments to within 2 minutes. We will have a hard stop at 2 minutes. And because I think there are going to be quite a few questions, I would like to we will have good minutes on those, thanks to staff, and we will answer them at the next meeting rather than having a more general conversation. Because this is the start of a public outreach process. So we will be able to take your questions and put them into this public outreach process and get you a more detailed answers. So thank you, John Moran.
Right, this is regarding the initiation of a new project. The proposed Burnham Strip overflow parking lot and green space project. The motion for the board to consider to initiate this new project would be pursuant to a public advertised request for proposal, authorize the general manager to enter into an agreement with the firm found to be best qualified, the CSWS T2 engineering firm, for the Burnham Strip overflow parking lot and green space project for an amount not to exceed $455,267 with a 10% contingency in the event there is a need for change orders due to unforeseen challenges or additional work found needed. And authorize the general manager to issue change orders up to the contingency amount and approve an increase in capital expenditure appropriations of $500,794 to be funded by available working capital. A little background, as we all know, Pillar Point Harbor is a very busy facility used for commercial fishing, recreational boaters, hikers, joggers, dog walkers, and beach goers. Pillar Point Harbor also has the only coastal vessel launch ramp in the Bay Area and is a harbor of safe refuge for vessels transiting the coast. In addition, Pillar Point Harbor has a busy kayak, paddleboard, bicycle rental, vendor, and retail center, which the district leases to marine retail businesses and restaurants. These activities create a strong demand for Pillar Point Harbor area parking. The free public parking at Pillar Point Harbor is also utilized by the public for access to the surrounding area to include the coastal trail, fishing pier, local restaurants, and businesses. It also serves as a gathering meeting space for local car and motorcycle groups on the weekends. Multiple times a year, the crab opener, salmon opener, holidays, nice weather weekends, special events, etc., the parking capacity of Pillar Point Harbor is exceeded. On these occasions, the shoulder of Highway 1 is used as an unofficial overflow parking area, both on the north and southbound sides. This practice creates a potentially dangerous situation for pedestrians and cyclists. It also limits the emergency access for ambulance and fire response. In addition to the safety concerns of the parking on Highway 1 shoulder, a current project being proposed by Caltrans to resurface Highway 1 will redesignate the highway shoulders as bicycle lanes only, thus eliminating the practice of using the shoulders as overflow parking. To address the lack of parking options, working with Caltrans, the district staff have identified a potential project that would create a new parking area on district-owned property located on the Burnham Strip. The Harbor District does not have the funds to present, or at present, to build the proposed parking area. However, the Caltrans Highway project has created funding opportunities for the district to partner in the construction of a public parking area, as Caltrans is required to provide 75 free public parking spaces with safe access to the coast as a condition of their project. In addition, the district is under contract with a grant consulting firm to help identify any potential grant opportunity for construction. Therefore, the district desires to have the project shovel ready beforehand. The parcels proposed to be used for the new parking lot area are zoned for low intensity development at the Burnham Strip, which preserves to the greatest degree possible the visual and open space characteristics of this property. Permitted uses of the parcels specifically include public parking for Surfers Beach and public walking parks. Any parking area plan would include a public walking path. A new crosswalk across Highway 1 at the south end of the parking area would be required for pedestrians to safely gain access to the boat launch area, the coastal trail, restaurants, and Surfers Beach. The RFP, the request for proposal that the district publicly advertised for the design, engineering, and permitting included a requirement for the design firm to initiate extensive public outreach and workshops to address public stakeholder concerns and gather ideas. The RFP also requires the project to incorporate only dark sky international approved lighting, be fully ADA compliant, conduct wildlife and traffic studies, so impacts to the local community can be, and the wildlife and the environment in general can be fully understood. And the plan will include environmentally safe stormwater drainage filtration. The district received 3 qualified proposals, and after a thorough comparative analysis by a evaluation team, the engineering firm CSWS2T2 was determined the most qualified and best project for this project, or best firm for this project. Therefore, staff recommends the board consider the aforementioned motion. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, board.
Since we talk about making the assumption that this goes forward, we talked about in your presentation that this presents itself some opportunities that the Harbor District can partner with Caltrans. Has Caltrans been approached to cost share some of these study costs? Since they.
Yes, the general manager has been. I've been involved in Caltrans, has been asked to consider assistance with funding for the soft costs, but is only interested in assisting with the construction costs once all the design engineering permitting and everything else is taken place.
That, the agreement, if we move forward with Caltrans on this agreement, that MOU will come to the board for consideration. And at that time, all those specifics will be spelled out.
Great, thank you.
I have, do we know what Caltrans is doing to satisfy their requirement for the 75 basis? Do they have a process in place to look at alternatives?
They're working with the coastal commissions on, I don't know.
We don't know.
Yeah, I'm not in their process. This is one option.
Oh, okay.
And the, again, Harbor District's taking advantage of it for the funding to solve one of our issues.
I just motion to pursue pursuant to a publicly advertised request for proposal, authorize the general manager to enter into an agreement with the firm found to be best qualified, CSWST2 engineering firm, for the burning strip overflow parking lot and green space project for an amount not to exceed $455,267 with a 10% contingency in the event there's a need for change orders due to unforeseen circumstances or work found needed, and authorize the general manager to issue change orders up to the contingency amount and approve an increase in capital expenditure appropriations of $500,794 to be funded by available working capital.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Good. Now we'll continue on with conversation, with questions. Okay. For the audience, I will note there is a long, in the agenda, which is on our website, there is a long worded, right? There are maps and there is the CSWST2 San Mateo County Harbor District Burning Strip Overflow Parking Lot Project. And it's long and it has comments, but I want to make sure that everyone is aware that there are, among the deliverables there will be meeting presentations, agendas, and minutes. Basically, initial study and deck, the Deer document. What's the Deer document? Is that the Deer Creek? Jim? Is the Deer document the Deer Creek document? Okay, okay. and a CDP. There will be, lots of notification and, the 300-foot radius is one that's set by the county, not us. So we will be making this public to the community and probably to the county as whole. The Bayside communities and we represent all of the folks in San Mateo County, but there will be public meetings and they will be well advertised on our, website and probably with, articles in Coastside Buzz and Coastside News. So attention in the news or our website, lots of notice on what we're going to be doing with this. First speaker is Susie Perkins. Come on up here. And it's 2 minutes and we are going to have a hard stop. And as I said, your questions will not be answered here today, but they will be answered. All right.
So my name is Susie Perkins. I firmly support finding parking solutions for Surfers Beach which provide safe access to the beach with no need for new pavement, which I have shared multiple times with the Harbor District, with the MCC, Half Moon Bay City Council, the Half Moon Bay City Manager, and the County Supervisor. These include development of the planned GCSD park and the utilization of the existing parking lot at El Granada School, both of which have ready access to existing sidewalks and crosswalks at Highway 1. I strongly oppose the development of the Burnham Strip overflow parking as proposed. The community has obtained 830 signatures on a petition opposing this parking lot. While I support the City of Half Moon Bay and the Harbor District's ability to develop and monetize property they own across the highway from El Granada, these development plans should and must include sufficient parking on Half Moon Bay and/or Harbor District land to support those revenue developments. This proposal merely seeks to maximize the revenue-producing potential of the Harbor District land while pushing the parking for those revenues across the highway into the El Granada neighborhood. 72-hour parking is not overflow parking. It is a campground, and we already have a problem with individuals living in their vehicles in El Granada. The permitted uses for the parcels include public parking for Surfers Beach and public walking parks. 72-hour use is a stretch for beach and public use. Clearly, the stated purpose of this parking lot is for the Harbor District overflow. This is not the zoned use for this land. A crossway across Highway 1 will create additional congestion and is a safety disaster. Access to this parking lot will divert traffic from Highway 1 into the El Granada neighborhood. El Granada is not Half Moon Bay's parking lot. El Granada is not the Harbor District's parking lot, and El Granada is not the Coastside's parking
Matter
lot.
of fact, you're 15 seconds. Thank you. Let's keep the applause to one clap, like that. That's what Speaker Rivas asked folks to do at his public meeting the other day, and I think that allows you to clap, but allows the meeting to go on. So thank you. Vida Bauer.
I'm Birgitta Bauer of El Granada. First, it needs to be stated with all due respect that the suggested parking lot is basically the Harbor District giving El Granada the finger. It will be an eyesore with whatever configuration. It will be drawing in traffic to the Avenue Alhambra, which will create more traffic chaos in the neighborhood. The parking lot is apparently worth $500,000 in just the design. Whatever construction costs add to that. So what is the calculated benefit for the Harbor District? Because what is the benefit for El Granada? There is none. You have to take a vote today on signing a $500,000 contract. We don't know. Or you're leaving public outreach to the design firm? This isn't outreach. You're talking to a group who are in the know, not the general El Granada. The Granada Community Sewer District has spent 10 years trying to inform the public and get input from residents about the Burnham Park. And people are still confused. I think it would be the Harbor District to put up a poster like they did on location, explaining to residents what you are about to plan for us. And the timelines of this, because we don't know when you want to do the vote. Is it today? Is it tomorrow? There was a letter from the MCC sent a week ago, and included was a Ray Mueller letter. And I don't know. You.
Moving on to thank you. Janet Brainer.
Thank you, Janet Frere, resident El Granada. I fully concur with the prior speaker. And I think she was cut off when she was talking about the MCC involvement in the letter that included something from Supervisor Mueller. There's so many questions here that this matter has to be tabled. I respectfully request that the matter be tabled, particularly when Commissioner Slater-Carter stated that we're not going to get answers today. Yet it appears you want to vote on a $500,000 contract when we don't have answers and the community is confused. There's alternatives that can be presented. This is all driven by the Caltrans problem. The Caltrans problem is required to be answered about what they're going to do about 75 parking spaces by December 18th. That's their problem. We don't even have an MOU with them. We have no written understanding as to why the Harbor District is going to pay $500,000 to solve a problem that is not theirs. There is no overflow problem at this point in time. Once in a while, we have an overflow problem if we have an event. We can certainly use other parking areas or parking there without full development and without a $500,000 commitment. Or there's other alternatives. We still don't even know who's involved in this. This all started back with in December, where you asked perhaps we should move forward and get.
You're at 10 seconds.
I request that we table this. Nobody knows who's involved. We don't have MOUs. There's alternatives to be presented, and we must deal with the MCC questions and the public's concerns before we sign anything.
Thank you. Moving on to John Mosley.
I rise to speak against this proposal, this $500,000 request for a contract firm to come out and do public studies. First of all, in the contract itself, why don't we just go with traffic study and design? Because by putting another crosswalk at the south end of this proposed parking lot, you're either going to have to put in a new traffic light or it's just going to bog things up. This is a Caltrans problem. They want the parking, they need to assess it. 75 lots, is it 35 for the trailer boat rig or is it 75 for cars? You know, the overflow that comes usually is during salmon season. You always see the trucks on the side of the highway. but you also see the crab pots in the middle of the parking lot. So to me, it seems like maybe a better way or a more efficient way is build less space somewhere else where those fishermen could put their crab pots, because those massive parking lots that you need for your truck and boat are all taken by pots, and there's plenty of space. There's lots of asphalt down there. It's not being used right. And lastly, the prime real estate lots on the west side of Highway 1 are being preserved for monetizing those spaces with retail, and you're trying to put the parking across the road. Unless you can build an adequate overhead pedestrian pathway, that is going to do nothing but create confusion, chaos in El Granada. So I'm rising against this parking lot in El Granada. Thank you.
Dan Haggerty, El Granada, 13-year former Midcoast Community Council member. I want to address the general manager. I said that there was some misinformation being spread around. And I want to say the basis of that claim is a non sequitur. Just because there may have been no board discussion of large vehicles parking in this lot, in no way guarantees that there won't someday be large vehicles there. The Harbor District will always be able to change the rules in the future. I question the following misinformation from the Harbor District, primarily claiming the necessity for a harbor overflow parking on the North Burnham Strip as if there were no other alternatives. At the same time, offering parking capacity convenience for the future district stated revenue generation goals and the current Sam's restaurant. The permeable surface claiming to be greenish. This will not work at all. The surface will dry fast and only deep-rooted weeds will thrive. The Midcoast Community Council has recently approved a letter calling for all stakeholders to come together and discuss the parking situation. This is all about take from the coast side and visitors that love the open space element with a we don't care attitude. 832 people have already signed petitions saying, no, we don't want this at all. This number continues to grow. The community is incensed over this. California and the county voters have consistently acted to protect the coastal views and open space environment. All recent local public meetings have unanimously or majority have asked.
I'm sorry, Dan, you are 7 seconds over. So thank you very much. And we will now hear from Melinda McNaughton.
Hi, thank you. The proposal for the idea for the parking lot has been brought up at many meetings, Harbor District meetings and MCC meetings, and rejected each time by the public. Regardless of the Harbor District's justifications and want for this parking lot, the El Granada community does not want a Harbor District parking lot in El Granada. We have 830 something plus signatures and growing saying that we don't want this parking lot in our town. Regardless of how eco-friendly and how Harbor District suggests to beautify the parking lot, it is still a parking lot, creating undesirable vehicle views, and potentially larger vehicles, boats, and tour buses may be able to park there at some point if there are the longer lots. It obstructs coastal views and it reduces the character and the design of the town. El Granada residents have constantly fought over the years to protect the Burnham Strip from development. It is clear that they have not wanted it, and it is clear that we still don't want it to be developed. And now we have to continue to fight again. And back to the main point, the citizens of El Granada do not want a Harbor District parking lot in El Granada. Thank you.
Have any online speakers?
Yes, hold on, please.
Thank you again for having the courage to allow remote participation in your meetings. Folks, what you fail to understand is the Harbor District is on your side. They have purchased over $12 million in property surrounding the harbor so they can make your life better. Why would you complain about this? They're just trying to give you a parking lot. They know what they're doing. They're on top of things. That's why they spent the millions of dollars to approve this, buy all this property, and why they're confident in spending $500,000 to design something that none of you want. Now, if that doesn't tell you something about the Harbor District and how they care about you and what you think, I don't know what else you can do.
John,
I'm still there, we
assuming-
just can't hear him.
Oh, John, again, we've lost you, since this is going to be brought up at a future meeting.
No, I'm still here, Catherine.
Oh, I couldn't hear you.
I don't know what's wrong with your meeting today because it's cutting out and I've tried multiple internet connections. Something there is not being done right. At any rate, I'm trying to explain to these people who think that they know better than you how to spend money in their community that you've already spent $12 million in their community purchasing property so you can develop it to make their life better. So why are they complaining about this $500,000 you intend to spend just to find out what the design would look like, even though you have no money to build it, no commitments from anybody to help you build it, no community buy-in? Unfortunately, you're not answering questions, but folks, they spent a lot of money purchasing land, and I'm not sure how much they spent purchasing Burham Strip. But Catherine doesn't want to answer questions now, so we'll get that information later. Folks, just take it. They know what they're doing. They're there for you. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Moving along, then we have a motion, a second.
We have Kimberly Williams.
Oh, Kimberly Williams, okay. Kimberly?
Yes, and Catherine, you're the one that's least heard there, so that's why people are not hearing what's going on. This is Kimberly Williams. I'm speaking as a community member today. I want to go on record, something I would normally not do, but I'm doing it today. On record that as a community member, I oppose the Harbor Commission's proposal for a parking lot on the Burnham Strip. And I have serious concerns about the transparency of this project. I have spoken with businesses on the eastern side of the strip who knew nothing about this project. So I question whether there has been adequate outreach at this point. The local community of El Granada and the unincorporated coast is overwhelmingly opposed to this project as much as I've heard up to this point. And there has been very little public outreach from the district, and the public outreach should come first. I have to say that the Harbor District has extensive parking already on the west side of the harbor, and I urge you to look for other options for direct harbor parking needs. There's plenty of options out there, and I'm very concerned that there are non-transparent conversations going on to support businesses that are not part of the unincorporated area. In this case, that this parking would benefit certain individuals and certain interest over those of the local community. And I ask you to engage in cooperative and collaborative conversations on this issue to come to equitable decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please communicate with our staff. None of the board members are technicians, and we're not going to slow the meeting down. Thank you. They can talk to you after the meeting.
Address.
It was addressed earlier. So we have a motion and a second on the Burnham Strip overflow parking request for proposals. We have a winning bid and we are we are voting on whether to approve the RFP for CSWST2. We have a motion and a second. I'd like a roll call vote.
Do we have discussion on the board?
We did.
No.
Tom
I
made-
seconded it, just to get
Virginia
the
made the
discussion
second.
going.
So would we like to redo the motion and the second or?
No, but I think if there are any board comments, we should take them now after the public
Okay,
comment.
sure. Board comments?
I guess I'd just like to comment that, recognizing that the board, that the district has limited staff. I mean, it's very difficult for us as an organization to go out and solicit public input and public comments. So we do that through hiring contractors to help us with that. And I think one of the fundamental things about this contract is trying to solicit that public comment. I mean, it also includes coming up with the design of what this parking lot would look like and what the impacts of that would be. But it also includes the transparency and that public input that I think I keep hearing that the community wants. So how do we get there without having a contract?
I agree. So this would be the starting point and not
Right.
the end point.
I guess I want to echo something similar and take it a little step further in that there's a lot of information we don't know. We don't know the impact to traffic. We don't know the environmental impact. We don't know formally, yes, we've heard from the community, but this contract will also stipulate significant input from the community. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that we don't know what those impacts are going to be. And this really doesn't have a lot to do with what Caltrans wants. If they join us, fine. If not, there's still issues that the harbor needs to address. So, you know, the data that we need to be able to answer a lot of the questions are not there. We don't have the staff to do it. So that's, I think, a big push is to try to get all that data.
The end point. She's on the meeting. So
This
this
is
is
the board discussion.
the end, this is the end point, not the end. I mean, the starting point.
Right. Any other comments? Hearing none, we have a motion and a second. Motion was by Tom Matoush, second was by Virginia Chang for Raleigh. Let's have a roll call vote, please.
Senator Carter?
Yes.
Aye. Mr. Matoush?
Aye.
Mr. Zemke?
Aye.
Mr. Damara?
Aye.
Thank you. We'll be moving on to the next item. Item 5, in a few minutes, some of us need file bills. Thank you for coming. Please stay involved.
Recording stopped.
So we'll be back in 5 minutes. It's 12.
Recording in progress.
There we go.
Okay, we're going to take item 10 and move it up in for for item 5, everything else will have one extra number. And we'll have this item take 10 to 15 minutes to receive the report and for the board to provide directions. So this is the Beach Break Film Festival.
Hi, everyone. I'm Julie Roscoff-Mell. I'm a Montera resident. I've lived on the coast for 25 years and my family's had a house in Moss Beach since the 80s. Next. In 2020, during the height of the pandemic, when we were all locked in, I started Beach Break Entertainment, which was to bring the community together in sort of hard times when we were all confined to our homes and our couches. And I created a drive-in with the permits and approval of the county, San Mateo County and Half Moon Bay. Wow, that's loud. We are here today to ask about partnering with the harbor at the request of a couple of you and to put on an event for the harbor, for the community, once again, 5 years after my initial event, as a celebratory outdoor celebration of 5 years of Beach Break, many years of the harbor, and bring in commerce to the area as well as people again in the evenings when typically things are pretty slow and quiet. Next. So what we're talking about is an outdoor film series designed to bring residents and visitors together while driving awareness and business to the harbor area. The benefits of this are hopefully pretty obvious. We are fun. We do free low-cost screenings if we get the support we can use to put these on. We're very family friendly. We have a lot of community pride, and putting these on creates a lot of community pride because it brings the community and visitors together. It offers increased exposure for the harbor through advertising and attendance, and it's commerce driving. Next. About our organization, I told you a little. Beach Break Entertainment started in August of 2020 during the height of the pandemic. We've since then shown over 70 films up and down the coast and in Menlo Park as of January 1st, 2025. We're super proud to say we worked hard and we are officially a certified green, California green business. We have the certification signed by Jackie Spear and Ray Mueller, among others. And we love screening under the stars. Next. This is about continued. When we first started, we always work with a nonprofit. Because they weren't bringing in any income because of the pandemic, no Fog Fest, no Pumpkin Fest, no other fests. We brought people in, volunteers, organizations, and then in exchange did the same system that Fog Fest uses, which is pay for the people who volunteered. So the organizations get advertisement. As you can see, this was I Know Joe. It was a surf camp in Pacifica. And that is actually Kimco Shopping Center. That's they've been partnering with us now for 4 years. And we project on their big wall outdoor movies. They were drive-ins, now they're sit-ins, but we support nonprofits and have since day one. Active participation of films happen in El Granada with the Granada Community Service District. We work with Half Moon Bay Chamber of Commerce. We're a member. We started Make It Main Street Movies to revitalize the whole downtown merchants and promote artists and filmmakers. and school programs. We presented a program to 800 third and fourth grade students from all 6 elementaries, including the privates, here in Half Moon Bay at the Boys and Girls Center, from a film that we had acquired for our film festival in December. And then we called it For the Love of Music. And we worked with the Coastside Chamber Orchestra and put on this event for 800 kids. And it was spectacular. And I would love to do those things again and again and again. Get those kids some culture. Anyway, we've expanded our services to host corporate and private events, both online and in person. We have participated as California Coastal Commission jurors for their student film, and we've introduced and moderated films at the San Luis Obispo Film Festival. Our mission as a cultural arts organization, slide, thanks. Showcasing independent films that explore social, cultural, educational, and environmental issues made in or by California filmmakers. Through storytelling and post-film discussions with filmmakers and community experts, we aim to empower audiences to take meaningful action in their communities. And yes, that is Peter Dreckmeyer, a very dear friend of mine who came to moderate a film called The Grab about water grabbing by a very famous director, Gabriella Cowperthwaite. She'll be back. She's working on a film now with TikTok, and we can't wait to welcome them both back. But yeah, and then Peter invited me to your salmon release, and that was wonderful too. Next, returning sponsors. We've been asking for sponsorships since day one because this is a very expensive industry, but we have no film theaters from Santa Cruz to Daly City to San Mateo. So my company, Beach Break Entertainment and Beach Break Film Festival, are filling that void. We work with the Ritz-Carlton, Half Moon Bay Brewing Company, Half Moon Bay Lodge, Kimco Realty, Compass Palermo Group, Ocean Blue Real Estate, Spangler's Market, New Leaf Market, Shiki Sushi, Barterra Winery. You can read the rest. But we have, we're very proud of the people who believe in us and sponsor us. And we're, like I said, we're dependent on them. And most of them, well, everyone listed here are returning. Maybe they've been with us 1 or 5 years. And next, we talked to pelagic and local businesses in town, and they are super excited about having a movie. I think we discussed with Jim a date that would work for both of us, which was September 27th. It's a Saturday. We'd erect a screen in front of the water and boats and project onto that. People can congregate with their own blankets and chairs. Pelagic thought it was great. They were like, this could be our big grand opening. They're going to open softly soon, but they would participate by doing boxed dinners. And of course, the Mavericks is there, and their business would like some exposure. And we've reached out to the kayak company and Oceansiders as well. With our 5th year in business, these businesses can sell merchandise, promote fishing, and other events and activities at the harbor. We intend to bring, as we do, not just movies, but live music, possibly line dancing. And the Mover Night would feature the film we showed 5 years ago, both here and in Pacifica, to 150 families of Chasing Mavericks. It's the 2012 sports action film, which was partially shot here in Half Moon Bay. Pelagic will work with Recology of the Coast, one of our big sponsors, and our staff of volunteers will help with the cleanup and sorting of recycled composts and landfill. Next, community impact focus. I just, again, want to reiterate that the harbor and tenants would benefit by increased exposure through advertising and actual attendance of the event. specific local relevance. We've done past screenings that inspired initiatives here on the coast. We screened before it was out to the main public plastic people, and that inspired a new initiative called the Plastic Free Coastside, which is having a big part to do with Waves and Watts next weekend coming up. Okay, I can do this. Okay, youth education and culture, I talked about that. We brought this film, Philharmonia Fantastique. Let me go on sponsorship, my levels, they're listed. We're hoping that the harbor will participate with a mid-level or higher sponsorship to launch a harbor movie night under the stars. It would include promotion throughout the year, including our film festival. So we're just wanted to show you this is an example of one of the ads we place that lists all our sponsorships. Why sponsor an event? It's prominent recognition on all marketing. It's on-site signage and acknowledgement. And of course, it's public goodwill for supporting arts families and the harbor economy. We market, we have unique exposure being that we're on the big screen. Nobody else does that. We have social media audience growth for you all, local press and community newsletters, partnerships with local businesses and organizations. So everybody's spreading everybody's goodwill and missions, and reciprocal attendance. I attend everything, and I'm hoping that others will as well. You all, we include you. Yeah.
So let's take this one to comment.
Okay.
Seems like we're up against the timeline for the meeting, so I'd like to extend the meeting until like 2 o'clock, just to give us time to accomplish our.
Because our meeting does not have a stated end time.
Oh, okay. All right, so.
Okay, good.
I
We'll
don't-
just keep on chugging on. Any comments on?
So approximately where would this take place in the harbor? I'm having trouble.
Oh, so
envisioning.
I kind of put a little picture in the very first slide. The idea would be A3, I believe.
The idea is to put the screen near the hoist area, the public hoist area.
Got it.
With the harbor in the background and the sunset in the background, and then a portion of that parking lot set aside for chairs. This falls into the same category as the Holiday Invited Boat Festival too, where we it's a community event open to the public for free, and it brings people down to the harbor, gets them on the waterfront, lets them see the boats, hear the birds. And it also promotes our businesses on the waterfront with the restaurants, even the bait shop will participate, and then Mavericks also. So highlighting that our businesses and what the harbor has to offer. And it's minimal for us, just basically blocking off the parking lot.
Not the sponsorship wouldn't be, there are two
Let's
things here, I
move the
think.
sponsorship discussion to another meeting.
Well, if she wants to do a September 27th event, we don't have time.
We promote about exactly a month. We always send out a newsletter exactly a month in advance. And then beyond that, it's kind of like every day wherever we are. And
You and I talked, you had mentioned like that $5,000 level. So what does that get us?
that gets you the event. Yeah, that just gets you the event. We're willing to carry you into the end of the year film festival as well, but it's everything included. You know, we pay, well, obviously, it just, $10,000 helps us because it helps with overall everything. $5,000 is exactly what the events cost. Chasing Maverick.
What happened to John last meeting?
We can do that too. We could do that too.
I mean, so the only, I brought it, John's, and we talked about that. Julie suggested that, and I thought it was a fun idea just because it's the 50th anniversary.
It is.
It's actually being reshown on these old TV movie channels.
Oh, funny. But outside on the harbor, like I even looked at your pier and thought, oh, where can we set up the screen here? Because that would be so cool. We can do that. So the higher sponsorship levels, I'd be willing to figure out how to do a second film. We don't care. We wanted to discuss this all with you. I thought Chasing Mavericks, because it's our original film, and Surf is such a big thing, but either or, I think they're great. And I do love that it's the 50th anniversary. But
If somebody were to lease that space for, how much is that worth? With parking and seating and all of that stuff?
And what are the harbor fees, our setup fees?
$750 for the permitting.
Yeah, 725.
Yeah, well, that's the
725.
permit, but I'm saying if somebody wanted to lease the space, not get the permit to do the activity, but to lease the space.
Just for undeveloped areas with no building on board?
No building, but,
She's
where
proposing
people are
that.
parking and planting their chairs and all of that stuff.
We're charging others around 700 to 1,000 for that, for a month, for each month.
Well, for a one night thing, it would probably start out with the permit plus 1,000, so we're already at 1,700.
If we charge for the space, but we don't have any.
No,
It's
I'm
an
not saying
in-kind
charge,
contribution.
I'm looking for in-kind that could be added to our donation to their, quest for sponsorships.
My perspective, and I put it in the staff report, I recommend that we move forward with it. One way of doing it is, she talked about a second film. I would really like to do the first one to see how it turns out. And if we have a big turnout and it's a good response by everybody, then we do a second one. So if we start out with the $5,000 sponsorship, that gets our first film and everything that comes with it. And if it goes extremely well, then we can talk about a second film or turning this into a regular occurring event.
John, was that your motion?
And make a motion.
No, I thought I might have heard John's motion.
I'm still questioning, trying to wrap my head around this whole thing. I'm trying to wrap my head also around a contract signed by a commissioner rather than the harbor district
There was no contract.
proposal.
That's just a draft that's for, we'll change that.
Oh, it did?
It has your name on it.
No, so let me just make it very clear. Julie called me after the salmon smolt thing and we've been going back and forth and I've been traveling so much. I told Jim to reach out to him, but there's nothing formal at all.
We discussed it at the salmon smolt.
I would never do that to this.
So if the board directs me to move forward with it in developing an agreement for the $5,000 scholarship or sponsorship, we'll redraft the MOU appropriately, work with legal, do the sponsorship, and then bring it back to the September board for final formal approval. If the board does not want to move forward with it, then it ends here and we move on with other issues.
Are there any expenses from the district in terms of security, parking
Not-
items?
Not much,
all that?
no, not, except for just regular duties, this on-duty staff can handle it.
Are you recommending the $5,000 level plus what are you recommending exactly? I didn't.
That's the minimum that they can put it on for. So there's all kinds of different levels. I think asking for $10,000 right now with our budget is unrealistic, but doing the $5,000, I think is realistic. And I said, I compare this to our larger events too that we're doing with the
Lighted Boat Festival.
Lighted Boat Festival, the Trunk or Treat we're looking at, the Ocean Safety Fair. Similar cost, Trunk or Treat's a lot cheaper, but this is much cheaper than the other events that we open up to the public and do for the public. The other thing we were talking about is putting up like when you go to the movie theaters, you always see the short films beforehand, advertisements of doing a ocean safety video that we can do. We can work with the Honor Rate Foundation to do an ocean safety video for them, or just work with our own guys and do an ocean safety video that we broadcast before the film.
Are there cartoons before the?
That'll be our.
Well, may I say something? We have a tendency, I've been attending Sundance for 30 years, and for the first 15, they always started every film with a short, and I've taken that on in everything I've done. We've never started a film without a short unless we're gonna run past the 11 o'clock curfew. So we do have that, and we actually have a pretty special documentary. It's 12 minutes that I just discovered yesterday that was submitted to us about a local surfer, which is super fun. So I'm hoping we can get that also in addition. But we've always showed Rob Calla's films before our films at when we do movies at Granada Community Service District.
My recommended direction, recommended board direction would be to move forward with the $5,000 sponsorship and to rewrite this MOU to meet both our needs. Like I said in here, the MOU says we pick up the trash. We can't pick up the trash. So we'll have to change that and change our the signature blocks and make it proper for us.
I didn't sign anything. So thanks for catching that.
I still don't see your signature.
No, I just saw it.
On the
It's not
draft.
it's not a signature, it's a signature line.
Oh.
But so
Don't
I
worry.
agree with it.
Make
So,
a motion.
well,
so
so
we
wait,
can move on.
There's no motion, it's just direction to staff.
All right, make a direction to staff and then we'll take it off.
okay, well, I mean, I would go with Jim's recommendation of the $5,000 and also that's not including the $725 fee, right?
No, that's
So
separate.
basically our sponsorship would be almost close to $6,000 to $7,000. In kind and.
$725.
I will make you a feature sponsor at our film festival if you're willing to do that.
So that's what I would go for. I think,
Okay, let's take a vote.
well,
Straw
so,
poll. We're doing a straw poll.
well,
right
should
now.
we just do a vote?
No, we'll just do a straw poll.
There is no vote, you gave me direction.
Okay, straw
Does
poll.
everybody agree? Thumbs up.
Thank you.
Unanimous thumbs up.
Please change the signature because the film's gonna be on September 27th, right?
That's fine. Yeah. I will allow you or whatever, permit you to help decide if that's what you'd like to do. Yeah. I think
Also
the
do-
draw, no matter which one you do, is gonna be great, and that's,
Up on the big screen.
it's pretty cool. We actually showed it in Pacifica, for a drive-in, and, it was really well attended. It's super scary, though. I'm just gonna say that I can't watch the whole thing, but it is fun. I think actually, if I may make a quick
You're not
recommendation.
scared, but.
Sorry.
You could.
If, I'm gonna just say, if you're, I think that the most important thing is to look at the overall picture and who and what you want to attend. Because if you go at Jaws first, you're gonna rule out a lot of younger families that might come. So that's my recommendation. I mean, I saw Jaws when what?
Okay, well, we've given
direction, we'll figure
to
out the
staff.
film.
Let's move on to item G5.
Yeah, so right now what Julie has to do is work with Jim.
Right.
Thank you.
And also-
Item 5
Simon.
is the Pillar Point Johnson Pier electrical upgrades and project construction change order request.
Thanks, Julie.
This is a motion for the for the board to authorize the general manager to approve one change order request from the construction contractor for the Pillar Point Harbor Johnson Pier Electrical Upgrades Project, Andrini Brothers, Inc., for the amount of $203,452.30 to continue the Pillar Point Harbor Johnson Pier Electrical Upgrades Project, increasing the total construction cost previously approved by the board by $80,692.30. An additional $100,000 contingency for unforeseen issues which may arise, and also an increase in capital expenditure appropriations of $180,692.30 to be funded by available working capital. Background, the Pillar Point Harbor Johnson Pier is a very active commercial fishing hub, which along with fishing vessel dockage has 3 district tenant fish buying operations at the terminus. The fish buying operations facilitate the movement of catch being offloaded from vessels to the trucks so the catch can be transported to the processing facility. The equipment used has significant electrical needs, which the current infrastructure cannot accommodate. Therefore, the fish buyers have had to supplement their electricity with large diesel generators. In an effort to provide the necessary electrical capacity, the district hired a design engineering firm to create technical specifications and acquire the necessary permitting in order to upgrade the pier electrical systems. The goal of this project is to increase the electric capacity and stability that serves the 3 fish buyers on Johnson Pier, and also maintain the electric capacity to the fuel dock. Moffitt Nickel, the design engineering team, have been in communication with the tenant fish buyers ever since starting this design to get their input on preferred voltage, location of new equipment, and to update them on the status of the project. Pursuant to a publicly advertised invitation for bid on June 12, 24, the board approved the low bid for construction proposed by Andrini Brothers, Inc. for $1.2 million with a 10% contingency, bringing the total previously approved amount to $1.3 million. There were no as-built drawings of the existing electrical systems at Johnson Pier at the start of the project. It was determined that the electrical needs of the fish buyers required an upgrade from what was originally bid upon for the invitation for bid. Providing the needed additional power created the need for significant upgrades and switchgear cabinet replacement, which resulted in the attached contractor's change order request for an additional $203,452.30, which is $80,692.30 over the previously approved project construction contingency amount. Staff also wished the board to consider an additional $100,000 construction contingency to be approved by the general manager should future unforeseen issues arise. Staff consulted with the Director of Administrative Services and requested increase, and the requested increase can be funded by available working capital and will be incorporated into the 25-26 budget upon approval. The project awarded general contractor originally submitted this change order to reflect a 15% markup for their electrical subcontractor, which is consistent with accepted percentage markups from general contractors, which generally are between 10 and 25%. Caltrans allows between 10 and 21%. After board direction or staff to renegotiate this markup at the July 16th board meeting, the general contractor, working in good faith, revised the change order dollar amount to reflect only a 10% markup, resulting in a 9,200 and, 9,248.17 change order cost reduction. So the numbers that I've said in the motion reflect that $9,000 reduction and a 10% contingency, or not contingency, but a 10% markup instead of a 15% markup by the contractor. Also included a 10% contingency.
Okay, that was not a public question, so please make your questions public.
Oh, sorry. So I was just trying to clarify that.
So we gotta.
I said contingent, 10% contingency, and he said it was the markup going down from 15% to 10%. And so now it sounds like it's the 10% contingency plus the 10% markup instead of it. Is that right?
Yeah, we're asking for an additional 10% contingency in addition to the
markup.
requested change order amount, total amount. The change order total amount now has been changed from a 15% markup from the subcontractor to a 10% markup.
So my question to John was, I was getting the markup and the contingency mixed up.
That's-
I wanted.
It's easy to confuse because they're both now 10%.
Yeah, yeah.
So what is the sum total of all of these pieces? I said part 1, part 2, and part 3. And I want, and
The
so,
total increased amount will be 180,692.30 for this change order. That's the total amount that we're asking the board to consider. And that includes $100,000 contingency, which is 10%.
and then what is the change order request from Andrima that we're supposed to approve for $203,452.30?
Yeah, that is this change order amount, this modified change order amount that reflects a 10% markup by the contractor subcontractor. That's the total amount. But we already had already asked the board, and the board had already approved a 10% contingency prior to that. So we're only asking for a net increase of 180,692 instead of the 203. No, the 203 is still just a 10% markup by the subcontract. The previous concern from last month was that the general contractor was requesting of us to approve them marking up their subcontractor's proposal by 15%. We negotiated with them and they lowered it to where the general contractor is only going to make 10% from, in addition to what their subcontractor charges.
That's the 180,692.3.
Yes, yeah, that's the total that we're going to ask the board to increase.
Right, instead of the
project amount.
203,452.3.
We're getting it a little mixed up. The 203,242 is what we're asking the board to approve now. And that is according to the new proposal that's attached to this, that is what the general contractor wants to charge us for this change order, for these changes. That also includes and reflects a 10% markup by their, on the charges that their subcontractor is charging them.
So basically, it sounds like the total from this with the approval of those two amounts would be $384,144.60. Is that correct?
Now, what we're asking the board to approve in addition to what the board has already approved when the project was initiated is the 180,
Right.
692,
So
30.
today,
The-
you want those two
the-
amounts approved.
The total, all we want is one amount approved. The one amount approved, we want is the 180,000.
Okay,
But what that boils down to is that we are asking the board to approve the $203,452.30 change order, which is an increase from what the board previously approved of
oh, I see what you're saying.
$180,692.30.
John, if I could, so the board approved the original contract amount plus the contingency amount.
That's
They were work- They
203,000.
were working under that 1.3 million, I think. Once they approved the contract amount and the contingency, the contractor did their work. Now this change order's come up for $203,000. We used that contingency from the original board approval
1.3.
and applied it towards that 203,000.
Right.
With the remaining, the remaining money needed to cover that 203,000 is 80,692.
100.
So, or
So basically.
no, 80,692.
I see.
And then on top of that, we're,
100,000.
staff is asking for an additional approval of $100,000 for any other issues that may come up in a contingency. So the remainder, after we apply the original contingency and we add it minus that from the change order, it comes out to be the $80,000 plus the $100,000 new contingency we're asking for. So what we're asking the board to approve additional monies for above what's already approved is $180,692.
Which is the sum of those two. So let me just see if I've got.
Correct.
80,692.3 is the balance.
Yes.
And so in addition to the balance, you want the 100,000 for a total of
Correct.
180,692.3.
Correct. Handle any other small items that may pop up.
Sounds like there weren't good drawings of our electrics on the pier, and they discovered that instead of single phase, we got three phase already. Well, we're using a lot of single phase in the pier. So I guess it's beyond imagining how they're getting the single phase off the three phase, but are we gonna wind up with detailed drawings
Yes.
of every single pipe that has a single phase, a three phase, if we're using VFDs or anything else?
When are we gonna get those? Jen, you said yes, so do you know when?
We'll get the as-built drawings.
So, okay, so I will move to move forward to authorize, the general manager to basically change this, basically to increase the capital expenditure appropriations of $180,692.30 to be funded by the available working capital. But I also would love to just keep getting in these updates, kind of like what we've done for the dredging. I don't want this to get completely out of control and we need more, and we need these other changes. And I think Tom's concerns are very real and legitimate. So that's my motion.
Well, I'll second that.
Thank you. Thanks, Bill.
It ended up being beneficial that we went back to the contractor as the
Right.
board requested we do.
Right.
Because we were able to negotiate down
Down, right.
their markup
Right.
that they
And
normally increase the cost by of their subcontractor from 15%. We negotiate them down to 10%.
so
So we
Virginia,
saved
your,
almost $10,000.
your motion has a part to it that we get routine
updates, like what
monthly routine
Yeah.
updates.
like what we've done with the dredging.
Okay,
Is that okay?
let's
Do we
have a roll
wanna,
call
just to
vote.
be, just to be clear, do we wanna, an actual staff report, or do we want to just add it to my
Just add it.
CIP update?
Just add it to your CIP update with,
In
with something
reference.
to reference the number we just spoke
Okay,
about.
we'll do.
So, roll call vote. please.
Peter Carter,
Yes.
Commissioner Chan Corrali.
Aye.
Commissioner Mathush.
Aye. Aye.
Commissioner Donovan.
Aye.
Public comment, sorry. None, and we have none online.
Oh, we have public, John Olem.
Oh, John Owen. John, hello. Speak
I'm
loud.
here. I'm here. I've seen Virginia taking off out of the room. That's great. You know, this whole thing has been just disgusting. I don't have a clue what you're talking about. You keep mentioning a $1.3 million and a contingency fee from that, but I don't see that mentioned anywhere in the staff report. So I have no way of evaluating that. You've obviously confused Virginia Chan Corrali, which isn't saying a lot, but you also confused a lot of other people. I don't know what you're asking for. Are you asking for $203,000 and a $100,000 contingency fee, meaning it can go to $300,000? Is a contingency fee coming from some other project that you're applying here? So, and then you're fighting over this 10 to 15% markup, which absolutely means nothing to the decision you're going to make. All you've done is thrown out a bunch of numbers that make no sense even to yourself, and we're expected to understand this. And so, and then there's just the whole idea that how did it get so screwed up? How could you not know what you had? How could you get so far into the project and then open them up and then discover something else? Folks, this is not right. I normally think staff does a pretty good job dealing with the horrible leadership the board provides, but I can understand why Virginia is a little bit confused, and I normally don't. This makes no sense, and it looks to me like you're trying to bamboozle me, bamboozle anybody listening, and bamboozle the board to cover up for the fact that a major mistake was made, and you have no idea what you've got out there, and you don't know what's coming next. Thank you.
And we voted to approve $180,692.30 with a meeting by meeting update in John's staff report, director's staff report. Sorry. Now we'll move on to item G6. Which is the issue is putting in electric vehicle charging station. And it's about it, and we have a lease here. And Jim, sorry.
Good afternoon. We were approached by EnviroSpark, a company that has been charged with locating and siting EV charging stations throughout the United States, in which they are interested in leasing parking spots within the harbor to install a EV station that would be advertised in every electric car across the United States. And the system is 100% maintained by them, paid by them, and managed by them. The only thing the district do would be leasing the spaces. The spaces will be EV charging stations, but they'll be open to the public for public charging as people transit the area. It'll also bring people into the harbor while their cars are charging. They can come down and walk the harbor and also visit our restaurants, our stores. I have online both Daniel Bullock and Max Belisle. I think that's how you say his last name. And they have a slideshow that they would like to present that explains their role in siting the EV charging stations and what they are in EnviroSpark, and then also how they relate to Iona EV consortium. And with that, do we have their promoted online?
They're both on.
All right, you can put their slideshow up. Daniel and Max, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. Yep, we sure can. Yeah, thanks, James.
Well, we're putting your slideshow up there here in a minute. We'll let you know when we have the first slide up, but you can introduce yourself.
Sure. Yeah, we appreciate it. Really appreciate you all having us here today. I'm Daniel Bullock with EnviroSpark, and we have Max from our team as well. And like James said, I'll give just a quick background on EnviroSpark and who we are. We've been in the electric vehicle charging space. This October will be 11 years. So we've been around for a while, and we specialize in site acquisition, design, and installation of these EV charging solutions, whether it's level 2 or level 3 chargers. We're nationwide. We've worked with a lot of the major charge point operators like Tesla, Electrify America, EVgo, ChargePoint, several others. And so IANA, who you see up there on the screen today, they've asked us to help grow their new charging network. And so our role in this is to locate potential charging sites based on some specific criteria, which we could go over, and then figure out how we can best design these charging solutions so it will work with the current parking stalls and power availability. We will handle the entire process from working with the local cities and county governments to get necessary approvals, working with the utilities to make sure that there's sufficient power on site, and then build the site itself. So our goal is to make sure we're handling the entire process from start to finish and make it a seamless process for our clients. So to touch a little bit further on IANA, yep, there we go. Yeah, IANA is a joint venture of 8 of the largest car manufacturers out there. So Mercedes, BMW, Toyota, Honda, GM, several others. And their goal is to build a nationwide charging network to support their electric vehicles. As they sell more electric vehicles in the coming years, they want to make sure that they've got sufficient charging locations for their customers. And the neat thing about IANA is they are putting a very big emphasis on the customer service and customer experience side of things. They want it to be a seamless process from when you, need to locate the charging site to when you're plugging in, and also what are you doing when you're charging. They want to make sure they've got amenities there just to provide a great experience for the customer. And so that's what we came across San Mateo and thought there might be a couple sites there. Yep. You get to the next site there, or the next slide there. Yep. So just to again touch a little bit more on some of the founding automakers. They make up 60% of the current vehicle drivers here in the U.S. Again, you got the list up there on the left. So all of these automakers have an equal share of IANA. They've all put in a sum of money to help build out this charging network. The neat thing is when the charging sites are built, they will be located on the in-car navigation system. So it's easy for these EV drivers to locate the charger. And if you want to go to the next slide, thank you. These chargers are open to every electric vehicle out there. So whether it's Tesla or Ford or GM, Toyota, et cetera, any electric vehicle that's manufactured here is going to be able to charge on the IANA chargers. So you can see it's going to have the NACS, the NACS, which is the Tesla standard chargers, as well as the CCS connectors. Each site will have a mix of those. And they'll accept all forms of payment minus cash. So there's no cash payments, but credit cards, various automaker apps, networking apps, pay by phone, et cetera. So a lot of different payment options again, because the goal is to make this an easy process for the user and a seamless process for the user there. If you want to go to the next. So again, just to highlight a little bit more of IANA, they've done a lot of testing on each of the vehicles, making sure that their chargers are going to work seamlessly with each of the different brands that are out there. They're future-proofing these sites, making sure that they've got the right technology in place, a number of chargers out there. They're not looking for 2 to 4 chargers at each site, typically a little bit more, just to again future-proof that demand that's coming down the road. And a big part of these charging sites are amenities. So ideally looking for locations that have existing amenities or locations where we could build the amenities. So that's a restroom, a place to grab some food. There will be Wi-Fi, lounges to hang out in as your car is charging, canopies to help give protection from the sun, snow, rain, whatever type of weather is out there. And then using data-driven analytics to help build the sites to make sure that these sites are being installed in areas where the demand is the greatest and then where they're predicting future demand to be the greatest. Going to get to the next site. So right now we've got about 20 sites live here in the US, kind of a mix across the country. As you can see, some of the current sites, there's a couple different options for the site and for the canopies and things like that. I'll go over that in a little bit. But then you can see a list of some of those particular sites that are up and coming. The next slide there, we've got the next, over 200 sites contracted here in the US. From the time we contract it till it's built, pending approvals and bringing power, could be 9 to 12 months, just depending on the local jurisdictions and things like that. So there's lofty goals for IANA. So looking for sites, and a lot of sites will be contracted over the next few years. And Max, feel free to jump in if I'm missing anything.
You're not missing anything. I just want a quick time check, though. I think we should probably keep it under the next 5 minutes. So we might want to skip through a few slides just to talk about the site specific. We can always answer more questions if we miss something.
Sure. Yeah, if you want to go down.
I appreciate getting to the site specific because that's what our questions are about.
Okay.
And we don't need the sales.
Sure. If you want to scroll down to keep going.
The graphics are very good, by the way.
Thank you. Hey, when you got Mercedes and a couple brands like that, they want to make sure it looks good. So, but yeah, Daniel, if you don't mind, I'll hop in here real quick just because I did a lot of back end due diligence on this. So yeah, looking here, we actually did a little more due diligence, prior to doing site survey or anything on site. It looks like premise option 1 here is not going to work. When we looked at the interconnection maps from the utility, you wouldn't be able to install at premise option 1 in red. You would have to go at premise option 2. The great thing there is we're not taking any stall space away from your property. We're simply energizing the stall space that's already there. So in between that grass space behind there, we could get some charging equipment. I heard earlier, there's definitely some concern about visibility from the road to the water. IANA loves putting canopies up because it's a great amenity. A canopy is over the parking stalls. However, those design options are flexible. So if that's going to be a huge concern,
This is a slideshow that they put up this morning, that it's updated from one in the packet. We can get a copy of this slideshow and give it to the board after.
This is the relevant information rather than what's in our packet.
This is updated this morning.
I know, I'm just saying that that's more relevant to what we need to decide on based, versus what's in here now.
Yeah, the PowerPoint we have in the package is dated. That was the original presentation.
Yeah, I apologize for not getting you something a little sooner, but we can definitely get this over to you ASAP. But yes, so this was kind of design option 2 here is what we would be able to build. And if we go ahead and go to the next one, we can talk about that, and I can kind of go into some of the unit economics of it. So right here at Oyster Point, you have an entire green space down here. We know there's a dog park there right now. There's some flexibility with our designs, like we mentioned, to avoid the dog park as much as possible. It's also a very large dog park. If there's ability to share some space with us, we may be able to get some additional parking stalls and additional EV chargers in there. Because this location is a little more, or call it limited on amenities, like Daniel mentioned, I would say we could come in and build a bathroom amenity there. We could put in some vending machines, things like that. So that drivers along the highway can stop and use the bathroom. People can charge their car when they're, coming to and from these amenities here on site. So this location here, we definitely need to get on site. Both of the locations, we would need to get on site, do a site survey, do a thorough evaluation. But ultimately, all designs are ran past you guys for approval, final designs. Like some of the other challenges you guys have, it would require us to get a little bit further to next steps to uncover some more due diligence to figure out what this looks like. But ultimately, nothing gets installed without your approval. I'll kind of stop there and leave whatever time you guys would like for some additional questions.
Have questions.
I think there's quite a few questions.
I'll go wait until everyone else.
Okay. Well, we've always started with George. He and Bill.
Are you starting with me again? Or you starting with-
Let's start with you.
Go ahead.
So my first question, maybe it's to staff more than anyone for the 2 sites. Based on the total number of parking spaces, what percentage would be converted to charging stations? 'Cause I mean, like I'm thinking of Pillar Point and we don't have that. I mean, basically we don't charge for parking right now. And that's the other thing. What is the actual cost for this for a client or a visitor who wants to come to the harbor or to Oyster Point? Not for us, to them, because they have to pay for the charge, right?
Number of parking spots, we'll get you that exact percentage, but it's very, very low.
I don't
With
know.
the overall, each spot for a vehicle. But though, what's important, I think, to also note is that they're not private parking lot spots. They're public parking
Right.
spots for EV charging, which there is a demand for it. So a member of the public can park their car there, charge their car there. And the district, the only responsibility we have is just to allow them to manage an EV charging station. The exact charge for how much they're going to charge for electricity to charge your
That's
car,
what
I don't know.
I would like to know that. And I guess the other thing is like, parking is such an issue right now. It's like, and we don't charge visitors to pay for parking. So like if the charging stations aren't taken up and all the other parking spaces are taken up, then everyone's gonna have to pay to park at that point. If those are the only parking spaces available.
So if I may chime in briefly, yes and no. It costs about $20 to charge an electric vehicle at your standard parking stall, and that's kind of synonymous across the industry, right? We have to charge an industry standard. If we charged any more than that, people wouldn't stop and use these chargers. So
I
it's not
understand.
going to be unfair pricing.
I understand. So basically what you're saying is that it's gonna cost $20 to park there and while you're charging.
It's going to cost $20 to charge your vehicle, not
Yeah, but-
$20 to park there. There's no way to charge somebody for just putting their car there. They have to plug in and use their credit card. If
I
the parking
understand.
lot,
You want you have one exclusive use, so no one can just park there if they want to park there. They have to park and they have to charge, right? It's not park or charge, it's park and charge.
That's a fantastic question, and we actually have some flexibility in that. You guys are limited on parking stalls, so what we could do is we could put a sign up that says something like EV preferred. And so if all of the other parking stalls are taken, a non-EV driver is more than welcome to park there, and obviously not charge while they're parked in that stall space.
And are we gonna have a 2 hour time limit, like for the other free parking or whatever, 2 or 3 hours? If people need to charge their cars, I mean.
This lot is a open lot. There's no time limits in it.
And just to add a
And then
little,
that hybrid is not gonna work.
well, to provide additional context there, and I'm so sorry, I hope I'm not interrupting anybody. It is from time to time, it is a little hard to hear. So I do apologize. If I do interrupt. So additional context on that as well. The EV charging, these are high powered EV charging. These are the most powerful EV chargers in the industry right now. The largest battery powered car, the largest battery pack, it's going to take about 40 minutes to charge the car. Most people are coming in here, they're stopping, they're getting off the highway, they're going to go grab a quick something to go, a bite to eat, use the bathroom, grab something to snack. They're going to get out, stretch their legs, walk around the harbor, get some exercise. They're going to get back in their car and they're going to be on their way.
How did the Harbor District get on your map?
Yeah, so there are network planning needs, and so essentially like we've looked for gaps in where is there a high driving demand or high traffic patterns versus where are there charging deserts, so to speak. And so we look in those areas first to see if we can find something. I was actually looking in the Half Moon Bay area. We have a couple properties that are potentially interested in hosting, but transparently, they're all kind of, I call it maybe cookie cutter, and we were really looking for something that kind of stood out, something that had a bit more of a unique experience. You keep going down the road, and you bump into Pillar Point Harbor there. And it's a cool. It has the amenities. It has the amenities. It looked at the time. It looks like there's, an excess of parking. It sounds like that might not be totally the case, but it looks like an excess of parking there on most occasions. And so it looked like a really good, unique opportunity to build something really cool. So that's kind of how it came up on our radar. And then we found out, the Oyster Point as well. So we started kind of at Pillar Point and then bumped into Oyster as well.
So, the cost of electricity right now is pretty high. And
Yes.
and so, I mean, obviously that cost is going to be passed to the consumer or also, in other words, our visitors. So, I mean, just
Mhm.
the amount I'm just trying to understand, and maybe I'm just throwing this out, there may not even be an answer. The cost that you're throwing out today is $20, but you've got want a 10-year commitment. So do you see your costs going up so that we have to charge or, pass that cost on? I mean, I can't imagine that you would not want to have increased revenue for 10 years, not have the increased revenues for 10 years versus having it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand your financial model over the 10-year commitment that you're asking for.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So, unfortunately, costs are going up everywhere in everything, right? Electricity is going up, whether somebody charges at their house or they charge at the Tesla charging station down the road. It doesn't matter. The cost of electricity are going to continue to go up. The utilities have already announced that. They've already approved it. The cost of utilities going up. So whether they charge at your property or they charge at one down the road, the rates are going to go up over time.
But our costs, what you would pay to the Harbor District would be stable, right? There wouldn't be a commensurate increase based on
What
your
we
increase. Is that correct?
What we have proposed to you today and what is standard, yes, that is correct. If for whatever reason we need to discuss and negotiate a type of escalation, I believe that was something that James already requested. We just haven't gotten that far to actually put it into an agreement yet. But I believe James already requested that. So yes, that is something we can discuss and negotiate into the lease agreement.
So just like your ad hoc committee that you formed for the pet policy, I mean, I would be open to doing something like that here. The devil's gonna be in the details. We have a lot of things to balance, from our public to the cost and, you know, what the revenue stream would mean for the harbor district. I mean, I want more information, that's all. That's just me.
Sure.
Yeah, I agree fully. I need more information also, and I'm kind of just sitting here wondering, I've been charging since 2018. Fully. I don't have any gas cars, so I don't even know what a gas station looks like anymore. But I'm wondering, what advantage do you think you have if you compare yourself to a Tesla charging station versus ChargePoint and others? I mean, why you versus the other ones that you know could come and give us a proposal also?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think really it just comes down to, and I'd love to hear Daniel if he has a different answer than I, but I really think it comes to having the big players all behind it, right? We already know Tesla has had some, you know, call it some ups and downs, right? Some swings in leadership and that have made it a little turbulent at times and not very predictable. You have other players out there, right? Like Electrify America, you know, great product, time to time. But you know, it was stemmed from the whole Dieselgate issue that came out with VW, and they were basically court ordered to spend that money. So it's essentially you know, just a required spend for them. Iona is, as mentioned earlier, Mercedes, BMW, Toyota, Jeep, Dodge Ram, Chrysler, all of those companies got together. They're putting their money where their mouth is. They're putting their name behind it. You're going to have the same quality and commitment that those drivers have. You know, if you have a Toyota, if you have a Hyundai, if you have a Kia, if you have a Mercedes, like if you trust them, you should trust this, because that's the same name and brand that's behind those, with all of them together, you know, not just one brand over the other. They're all working together on this to make this happen. I think that's the hugest value add there.
Any more questions?
Well, I think, I don't know if we ask for more information back, I'd like to see the comparison, because Mercedes has already committed for 2026 to put a direct plug for the Tesla charger. You can now purchase for $250 or whatever the adapter for any other cars. I've seen, you know, Ford is doing that, Mercedes, BMW. I mean, it's very refreshing to see all these other cars now using these chargers. But there needs to be some kind of advantage that I would like to see that would lean us to go your direction versus someone else.
Yeah, and so Iona, so Mercedes is doing their own thing. They're also invested in Iona. They're all doing the same thing right now. They're starting with they're starting with the CCS plug and the NACS plug right now, because most cars are CCS and NACS. And so what they have is, as they collect more data on how many cars are sold in the US and how many are charging at their charging stations, they're going to directly know if the industry is leaning more towards NACS in a certain area. And if they are, they'll come out and just swap out the cables to put on the NACS as the demand grows in that direction, because all cars are headed towards the NACS adapter. So they'll start off with CCS and NACS, and then they'll, as the data comes in, they'll be able to swap those up to keep up with the demands.
While somebody's charging their car or not, is there going to be options for USB-C phone things, electric bikes, electric scooters, or any other charging options?
Unfortunately not. As it stands, these are high power chargers, right? It's like a gas pump, right? You can come and you can get gas. You can't come get different kinds of kerosene and other types of, you can't get propane at the gas station unless they have that over secondary, right? It takes different kinds of power to power those things. These are high powered. You're talking 480 volts. You're talking a lot of power that goes into. So just for an example, and to, I don't want to scare anybody. Iana's going to handle all of the costs to bring in the infrastructure needed. But we can't use your current infrastructure. We have to work with the utilities to bring in our own power. The type of power that's needed to charge these charging stations is equivalent to like a Walmart supercenter. So we work closely hand in hand with the utilities to make sure that the power grid can handle this in those areas. I can already tell you based on preliminary due diligence and the work that we've done with the utilities in your area, Oyster Point should be good to go. Pillar Point's going to need a little bit of an upgrade over time. Over the next 2 to 3 years, they're going to need an upgrade. They're already in the process of working on that. So we're working hand in hand with them to make sure it's something that's even feasible to do. If we get into the deeper into the due diligence of this in the beginning and utility isn't able to do it, we would essentially have to rip up the agreement and walk away. Nothing would happen, right? Because the power's not there. But as it stands, it looks like we're going to have power to be able to do this. We'll bring in the power. We pay for everything. We handle permitting, utility coordination, etc. And you guys get final approval at the end of the day once it's all said and done.
Well, considering our property purchases and different things, I'd be interested in pursuing this and seeing further and seeing which way we could go and where this could be sited. And obviously, we're not making a final decision today, but this definitely looks interesting.
That's why I proposed the ad hoc to look into it a little more, to answer these questions.
I agree. I think we should have an ad hoc, maybe Georgia and Virginia.
I'd love to do it. Yeah.
So,
But I have some questions too. How much information are we going to, and you don't have to answer these right now. This is for the committee. I want to know how we're going to audit what your costs and receipts are so that we know we're getting a fair price. Who cleans up your trash cans, or is that for our crews to do that? Are you looking, you mentioned a lounge, are you asking for additional space?
Or working with our current tenants even.
Or working with our current tenants, which would probably be much better. Is there are two numbers here, 46,000 to 108,000. Is that combined for OPM and Pillar Point Harbor, or is that each? I'm seeing an issue conflict between the public and the chargers, because it may only take 40 minutes, but there are occasions where our parking lots are crammed. And who's going to manage the time limits, or are we just supposed to and it would be at a deficit to us to have a charger come in for 40 minutes and then decide to spend 3 hours at the beach. So how are you going to manage that? Are you going to have your source of supply from PG&E as underground power rather than having it more wires on the towers? My preference is to have it undergrounded. The community has had an issue with the old style for many, many years. Have you paid attention to the number of brownouts and power outages that we have had here?
And especially on the coast, which seems to be more vulnerable.
That's why I used here.
Yeah.
On the coast. Sometimes they last for many hours to several days. And then there's if you decide to remove it early or it doesn't work out, how do we settle this agreement? So those are all things I'd like the, committee to do in its fact finding. So, we need to get going. Let's have a ad hoc committee of, George and Virginia meet at their need and work with Jim on it. I see one thumb up, any other? Two? 3, 4, 5, so unanimous
Yeah.
board thumbs.
Thank you, Max. Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you.
I'll be
Thank you.
contacting
Take care, everyone.
Wait, we have a comment from Dan Haggerty.
We also have comment online.
Oh, and we have comments online too.
Afternoon. It seems like this is gonna potentially be a lot larger, than I expected. Generally, I'm concerned with, potential visual blight and loss of parking, although it was mentioned, may not be any loss of parking, but they haven't really engineered all of the infrastructure, the big electrical equipment. Sounds like it would be needed. It's gonna have to go somewhere to supply these high power chargers. So I'm concerned. I'd like to ask, are you gonna allow for any loss of parking at all? I know that there was some discussion of mentioning of concern. You know, if something is required and you're gonna, the loss of parking will be necessary, will you allow for that? Not only the charging stations, but all the related equipment supporting the stations. And next question, are you gonna have low landscape screening to hide all the required equipment? So for reasons of minimizing any visual blight, which is, we certainly wouldn't want to shoot ourselves in the foot. The reason people come here is for the natural beauty. And so if you create a wall of electrical equipment, you're really shooting yourself in the foot, and maybe it shouldn't be a appropriate location.
25 seconds.
Thank you for interrupting me. I'm done. Have a good afternoon.
No, those are all great question. I definitely want to hit on a little bit if it makes sense to do so. Yes, we would love to screen some of the equipment. We take pride in our sites. So we would love to screen it. We'll work with the jurisdiction and the property to do whatever screening is required. And then additionally, are you guys still able to hear me?
Very well.
Okay, fantastic. It went out for just a second. Okay, and then additionally, in terms of the blight, totally understand. I think that's a great concern, right? Especially how beautiful that coast is. These charging stalls are roughly the same size as a truck. So when that parking lot is halfway full, or when you have trucks parked there with their boats, you're most likely not even going to see the charging stalls. So I guess it could be a concern in the middle of the night, you know, when you see some charging stations out there and there's no cars in the way. That could definitely be a concern. And I know I don't want to at all sound like we're, you know, throwing money at problems, but you know, the lease that we're looking to execute here, like we mentioned, would be upwards of $100,000 a year. And we're hopeful that could be used for other things around the community to beautify and hopefully kind of negate any concerns that there would be for that.
Thank you. Do we have any comments online? Okay.
Is Young? Go ahead, Carlos.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Sounds like an interesting project. I think I understood that there's no parking limits at the harbor right now. I go down there and have, dine at restaurants, but I've never received a parking ticket or an overtime violation or anything. So, what's to prevent a neighbor who doesn't have solar on their house from going over to the parking stall and leaving their car overnight? That's one thing. Or even a hotel guest staying at the Oceano, park there overnight to charge their car and come out in the morning, and taking up one of your charging spaces. So I wondered if you normally put an hour limit on the charging spots, because you did say you could park a gas powered vehicle at one if there's not enough spaces in the lot. But likewise, there's not going to be too many chargers, but you might get locals using them and not just tourists. So I wondered about that. But overall, it sounded like you're going to work on getting all the power in. So you probably have your own PG&E bill coming to you for the power that your chargers are consuming. So we wouldn't have to be billing you back for excess power. The last question is, I guess we're in a tsunami hazard zone, and there have been, at least since I've lived here, 2 tsunami alerts that have, actually we've had small waves coming in, not big ones, but there's always that chance. And I guess there's always the option of sea level rise as well, eventually consuming the west side of the coast. So just wondered if you had considered that. And I definitely think, there's a need for this charging station, but there's other considerations as well. Thank you.
Somebody else just popped up. Yes, Steve Farbach. Sorry if I messed the name up. Go ahead.
Farbach, yes, but thank you for the time, and I support charging stations and that. I think one thing you want to consider is just where you put those charging stations. And because it's basically letting the electric vehicles have that priority parking. That's like the first area that parking is gonna fill up for those vehicles. And might consider it a different location. And I like the possible awnings, if you can use them as solar powers to help that. And I assume that they're gonna have their direct power and it's all gonna be underground, so it's not gonna be have third-party billing and all that. And I know they do run into problems with people charging and staying longer, and there's really, I don't see any way to really reinforce that. And how, to monitor that, to try to get them to go and find them, and where you ticket them, how you ticket them, and even having to monitor that so they could be there a long time. And very rarely is it filled up all the way to the southern point of the parking area. So that's where, so I would suggest like looking by Highway 1 on another section of the parking area, to maybe have it on the hillside, where the hillside goes up for Highway 1, and then you could put awnings over there that wouldn't be visible. They'd still collect all the sunshine and help with power there. I think it is a wave of the future, and there's going to be more and more of them. I don't have an electric vehicle. If I did, I probably wouldn't argue this point, but they seem to always get priority parking up front, instead of more towards the rear, except up by where Piazza's is at the top of 92 going into San Mateo. They have those charging stations over in the furthest corner from where all the shopping and all the immediate parking is for the shoppers to go. Because here you're taking parking spots for the customers there in the harbor that are the preferred spots, instead of having them in a secondary spot where a lot of people, if you go to a charging station, a lot of people are just sitting in there, or they get a quick bite to eat and bring it back to their car and sit there while they uh, thumb through their phones or whatever. Anyway, just a couple things.
Hey, thank you, Steve. Your 15 seconds passed.
Oh, I'm good.
Thank you. create a, ad hoc committee that will explore all of these questions. One of the things I'm very concerned about is what the later costs are to this district. Who's picking up trash? Who's managing those spaces?
Traffic control.
Between, the repair and maintenance of these things, where are they located? If we suddenly have a problem with those, are they gonna be directly over from Oakland? That's not a, all right, so I'm exaggerating, 2-day trip. But not much.
Ferry across too.
Or
Where's
you
the?
take the ferry across, that's a day and a half. And so these are all, I'm very concerned about the operational aspects of having this kind of tenancy on our premises. I like the idea of income. So have fun, guys.
Good.
Yes. Bill, or Virginia and George.
George.
Have fun.
This is a staff report and recommendation on contracting with and approving a PSA for a public affairs strategic communications consultant. The issue of public affairs and strategic communications is highly complex and nuanced and requires specifically qualified professionals to be effective. We've had, the district's been challenged with getting our strategic intent and our objectives and our information out to the public, and to prove that, or as a demonstration of that, is our recent communications trying to get the word out about where we are in the process with our parking lot and all the information about the parking lot that is not necessarily even decided on. And the other issue about the Surfers Beach project and what we're doing there, getting our information out there. That's all great information, but we've tried our own social media. We've tried getting it out on local networks through the Coastside Buzz and the Coastside News, but have been challenged of exactly what messaging that is. Those outlets take what we provide, don't necessarily put the strategic communications into it that we need. So I went around and I looked at different research, different strategic communications and what other local agencies were using. And I found out that 2 of the local special districts here on the coast have gone with a Katsama Strategic Consulting. And they both are very happy with the services provided by Allison Katsama, the owner of Katsama Strategic Consulting. I worked with her and developed a PSA and asked it to be based on 100 hours of service. And that came out to be $3,200 for 100 hours.
32,000.
Or 32,000. And we'll be talking, the PSA covers strategic counsel and issue management, key message development, public affairs advocacy and with elected officials and representatives, and community advocacy, local media, and review communications materials developed by the district to ensure a clear and standard message. Also working with district mailers, website content, community newsletters and content, and social media content. Because the contract is more than $5,000 or $10,000, I'm supposed to, per policy, go out and get 3 bids. But there's an exception in our policy that the general manager can waive that direction if stated why, and if it's in the interest of the public or in the best interest of the district. Here, I think I find that you keep waiving the policy and accepting the one is justified, given the fact that 2 local agencies here on the coast side have already hired this individual or this company. They're satisfied with this company. This company is very familiar with coast side issues and causes, and is very familiar with the Harbor District already. And her hourly rate of $325 is extremely competitive with similar services throughout the region. My recommended motion is to approve the professional service agreement with Allison Katsama, doing business as Katsama Strategic Consulting, not to exceed $32,000, to provide the San Mateo County Harbor District with professional services of public relations and strategic communications, and authorize the general manager to execute the PSA on the district's behalf. Now, if we don't use 100 hours, of course, it'll be less. It's based on an hourly basis.
I'll make that motion.
Well, do we have any comments in the board?
Which other local agencies?
SAMS, Sewer Authority Mid-Coast, and Montero Water and Sewer District. Sanitary District. There's an S.
And they were quite satisfied with the services.
Yes, very.
We have 6 questions. Here we go.
And she's very responsive. What you need. Oh, and the lawsuits and all of that stuff, we have got a great deal of need to explain that stuff.
Is there like a website that she has online that shows examples of her products or anything like that? I mean, if
No,
she's gonna
no.
do a mailer or fact sheet, I mean,
I don't know. I do know that.
you seen her products?
I've seen her products at SAM because she's gotten SAM to put out signs and directions. And one of my favorites is work being done by your sewer agency, SAM. And, you know, I'm still trying to get us a banner out on the side of the highway about the dredging project. Take a load off of some of our. We have a motion?
Need one.
Motion and second, let's have a roll call. vote.
Well, let me just be clear that this is not gonna replace coastside buzz. This is in addition to.
No, she works
Yeah.
with Coast
Yeah,
Side Buzz
okay,
and with
perfect.
Coast Side News and with the journal.
Yep, okay.
Let's have a roll. call.
President Slater Carter,
Yeah.
Commissioner Jane Crawley,
Aye.
Mr. Matoush,
Aye.
Emke,
Aye.
Mr. Delmont.
Aye.
Moving on to 8, the Urune Foundation. Are people getting hungry?
I know, I am. I'm happy to pay for one. I gotta get
Ah,
something to
I'll go
eat.
get the snack and bring them in.
Um,
Yeah. We've been here for 4 hours.
It's been.
I've
4
been here
hours.
5 hours.
So.
Should be fast, hopefully.
I don't, we still have
Unless
a
there's
closed
questions.
session.
Okay, let's speed these up then. Virginia, you don't get to ask any questions. That should make it go twice as fast. Oh, no, just joking. Just for the record. Let's move on to the Arune Foundation 5K, 10K run walk. Good. I need to get something to do.
Words were never spoken.
I will get-
It is, I just want water. I just want.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break and get water.
Still recording?
Yeah.
I left my house at night. 9 o'clock.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
First meeting, we've got a hell of a lot of
I
meat
think
and
that's
potatoes
something
from the
we
side.
can promote.
Live.
Start with item number 8, Arune Foundation 10K, 5K, 10K run walk. Permit fee waiver. Jim.
G8 is the issue is the approval of an activity permit and a waiver of the applicable fees for the Aruni Foundation 510K walk. The Aruni Foundation originated, and we do have a member, Tarun, from the foundation, if we want a full presentation on the foundation, if we have the time. But it was created by the family of Aruni, who was a 12-year-old boy who drowned at Cow Ranch State Beach in 2021. They created the Aruni Foundation for ocean and beach safety and awareness and water safety awareness. They've been having their runs over in the East Bay around a quarry, and I participated in the run last year. And in talking with the foundation, I recommended or suggested that the run be on the coast, because it's really focused on coastside safety. The Aruni Foundation is the foundation responsible for putting up the life rings here on the coast. And the Harbor District was the first one to accept 2 of those life-saving stations at the harbor, one at Mavericks Beach and one at Surfers Beach. And this is a continuation of our same goal of ocean safety and search and rescue and life-saving capabilities. The run will be in September, and I forgot the date, September 21st, I think it is. And it will start in the harbor. It will go down the coastal trail to a 5K mark and turn around and come back, and then the 10K mark and turn around and come back. The 10K mark is all the way down to the Kehoe neighborhood, and will come out back down and then come back to the harbor on the coastal trail. They hired a professional organizer to organize the race and get all the appropriate permits from the county and the city, and they'll be fully responsible for setting up the finish line and handing out the medals and for everybody and the participation awards. And also that everybody will be getting a t-shirt. And because they're also a 501c3, which we've been working with, which qualifies them for to be considered for waiver of fees. And that's also coastal related with closely related with our mission of ocean safety. So it's my recommendation that we both, one, approve the activity permit attached, and then also waive the permitting fee of $2,895. And to say it properly, the motion I'm recommending is the activity permit for the RNA Foundation 510K walkathon is approved. Applicable fees pursuant to the Harbor District rates and fee schedule in the amount of $2,895 are waived.
I'll make that motion. Hi, Tarun. It's good to see you. I'll make that motion. I think it's a great thing to continue the partnership and show our commitment to ocean safety.
Comments?
Any comments?
Should I
on
now
that?
sign up for the 10K instead of the 5K? That's the question.
Okay,
Thanks for dinner.
and, so let's have a roll call vote on this then.
President Slater Carter. Frank Raleigh.
Hi.
Douche.
Aye.
Dumpy.
Aye.
Aye.
Carried. Something I would like to see, we've done a number of these fee waiver permit fee waivers today, and I would like to see just a separate accounting for all the fee waivers we give out. I think we can use it for our own fee.
I agree.
Provide that to you.
I agree. And
Yeah.
especially when we're ramping up this Ocean Science Center, we're showing that we do have interest from the public for all kinds of events.
Yep. Yep.
Great idea.
Good, moving on.
Thanks,
to-
Terrain. See you on
Thank you.
September 21st.
Thank you.
Presentation.
I'll look forward to seeing all of you, and I'll just say that we wouldn't be here without all your support. So thank you.
Thank you. So let's move on to item 9, Cabrillo Education Foundation 7th Annual Coastside Cornhole Tournament permit fee waiver.
This is the same request for approving the permit and a fee waiver for the nonprofit Cabrillo Education Foundation. This came about in an interesting way. When we were working with the Arune Foundation on finding a good day to host the run, our original date of the 27th was put out there, and we were notified by the Chamber of Commerce here in Half Moon Bay that that conflicted with Fog Fest in Pacifica. So we moved the date to the 21st to avoid that conflict. But by moving that from the 27th to the 21st, we found out where also the Cabrillo Education was having their 7th annual Coastside Cornhole Tournament on that same day. They hosted down near the city and county center there, near the emergency operations center. The organizer of Cabrillo Education Foundation, we tried to reach out to her, and at the same time, she reached out to us, wanting her suggestion and our suggestion. We both agreed would be a great if it was hosted at the Harbor District at the same time or same day as the run, to bring in more people to the harbor, and also to cross-pollinate the two foundations, the run and the educational, be able to visit both sides, and they're both great missions for the district to be involved with, or education here on the coast side. Within the staff report is information on the Cabrillo Education Foundation, who supports funding to the local schools here on the coast side. The cost of the tournament for each team is $120. They'll have a professional bracket, and they call it the backyard bracket. So those of us who can only hit the board can play in the backyard bracket. And then also it's cornhole.
Jim will
They
give
contracted
lessons.
with the California Cornhole Association, believe it or not, there is one. And they run professional tournaments all up and down the California, all year long. And California Cornhole Association will come in with all the equipment, with all the sound equipment, the microphone, and everything to put on this packaged event. All we're gonna do is provide the area for them to have the event. And again, the area we plan on doing this is the parking lot right next to and including the hoist area for one afternoon on a Saturday. So it'll have minimal impact on the parking, taking up parking space, right, closing parking space. The fee for this event is the same as the Arune Foundation. It's $2,895 for both the application and permitting fee. It's happening during the normal business day at the harbor, so additional staff time will be minimal, if at all. The normal weekend complement of deputy harbor masters, harbor workers, and assistant harbor master or harbor master will be able to handle the load, as well as some of the staff from up here at the district level, including myself, will be down there during this event. I think it's a great opportunity for us to again showcase the Harbor District all day long with both the Arune and now with the CEF Cornhole Tournament, bringing in, they're expecting about 500 people into the tournament who will be hungry and thirsty, and also be able to visit our other stores at Mavericks. And also a lot of people who normally would not come to the harbor would be coming to the Cornhole tournament, and they'll learn about off the boat sales, and search and rescue that we can also highlight during these events. So my recommendation is that the activity permit for Cabrillo Education Foundation Cornhole Tournament is approved. Applicable fees to the Harbor District rates and fees schedule in the amount of $2,895 are waived.
I'll make that motion. And also, can we, so if we're gonna do this film festival the following weekend, the 27th,
Yes,
we should probably promote that at this
You-
event too.
that's the idea.
Second. Thank you, Bill. All those in favor, roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Chiangcarelli,
Aye.
Commissioner Mathush,
Aye.
Commissioner Zemke,
Aye.
Commissioner Devon,
Aye.
President Slater Carter.
I had a question if, like the off the boat sales. Any idea about asking, the marketing association to have a booth to promote that?
Ask,
Great idea, actually. Yeah.
you can ask. But just organically, people will walk around the harbor and we'll see the whiteboards advertising fish for sale. And we have the two right there at the head of the pier, so that was my thinking. And of course, we have big banners on the boats that say fresh fish and things.
Right. Okay, moving along to the item number 11. Trunk or treat tentative date October 25th at Pillar Point Harbor.
It's a Saturday.
That's a Saturday afternoon. The
Afternoon.
last thing ends on the 24th.
Right, no one knew.
Okay, so. Oh,
That's
my
you.
name that I write down.
This was your idea.
Wow. Thinking about that, and so George and I decided that we wanted to have some draws to come to the Harbor District for fun and not necessarily just for fishing and launching boats. And to something to be able to attract people from all over the county, which is our constituency. So we're asking for a budget not to approve
To exceed.
$2,500 in support of our community trunk or treat event with a proposed date of October 25th. What a trunk or treat is, and I think it came up, it was starting to come up when there were, this is my guess, but people were doing nasty things for the door cooking. And parents were noticing. So they were looking for other alternatives, and so they somehow started meeting in a place with their cars, and they decorate their cars and bring candy. So they decorate cars in a Halloween kind of theme, and then kids can go from. And so we're thinking this would be late in the afternoon, but not after dark.
We were thinking one.
Well, yeah, okay, 1 to 3, which is late in the afternoon and not after dark. Doing a fair amount of advertising and noticing and so on. And so that's what the proposal is for you folks, is for us to have a budget not to exceed $2,500.
Could we do it a little later so people could probably go and eat at our?
Big room voice.
Sorry, I was thinking, if we did it a little bit later in the afternoon, right before dinner time, then people could go and eat.
Like
At
3
our-
to 4 or 3 to
Yeah,
5.
some-
We spoke to the tenants and we're working with the tenants.
Okay.
And we can adjust the time, but they were very supportive of 1 to 3.
We thought a kickoff at 1, between 1 and 2, we would invite people to come in and decorate their cars. You're not gonna drive down the road all
Little
decorated.
car
And
parade.
then 1 to 2, and then at 2 o'clock would be really the kickoff where the kids could come, and we would go to 2 to 4, 2 to 5. Probably
So that's what I was thinking, then if they wanted.
something like that, yeah. But we wanted to give people an opportunity to set up and so that there's no kids walking around the area yet.
So it could be like from 2 to 5. People would decorate
And
and.
then they stay and they have dinner and.
Yeah, that's, I mean, I don't know. I mean,
Because
I'm
in
just throwing it out
October,
there.
It's getting dark all
Earlier, yeah, yeah. That's why I was thinking either 2 to 4, 2 to 4 would work, because then people can finish up and then go eat or. But I mean, I think that could help our
Yeah, those
tenants.
specific details could be worked out, but
I was thinking a little later so that people can grab dinner.
Yeah, but that was in our mind.
Sure it was. So anyway, I mean, I think it's a great idea, by the way. You know, kids, we have to encourage costumes, right?
Right.
Encourage the costumes. Do
Encourage.
we want to have the best decorated car contest? Or trunk
We talked about
contest?
That too, I'm not sure
That'll
if we
be part
settled
of
on
it.
that.
Okay.
And I thought about somehow maybe embracing some of our vendors that a first place is a 15% discount at one of our vendors or something. I don't know if they would want to participate in that.
Try to help with people there. The other thing we're talking about is their number of costumes.
Yeah.
Harbor District Chomsky.
Yes.
that's all I can say.
And so we were thinking about, this would be a good project cleaning.
No, it's not
With
closet
ocean
cleaning.
safety.
It's vintage Harbor District.
Vintage, thank you.
Vintage Harbor
We thought about
District.
decorating the little boat that we tow around for the.
Yeah.
Ship that's, and then we'll hand out all the, we could do a little harbor safety thing there. Too.
Right.
I think it's a great idea if we, y'all want to move it.
Decorated is.
We've
Two
been
to
working
4 or
with
3 to
the-
5.
we've been
Activity council at work.
Thanks, Melanie and Rochelle. So do you think 2 to 4 or 3 to 5?
2 to 5.
2 to 5. Yeah, I mean, that's inclusive of the time to decorate, 2 to 5.
Right.
Yeah.
So we would advertise it 1 to 2, start your decorations, and then the kids will be allowed to walk around that start on 2 o'clock.
Or 2 o'clock you decorate, 2 to 3 you can see, yeah.
I just wanted to give them time so that you don't have a lot of kids wandering around on cars still pulling in and.
But if you have a set time earlier, then people will get there and get it done.
Right.
Today is approving the budget and then
Yeah,
the, what is your
don't worry.
committee, the visitor committee? I forgot what it was. called.
Activity committee.
The activity committee can come up with the exact details.
Yeah.
I would say 2 to 5 though.
Okay, thank you. And
So you need a
let's have
motion?
roll
I'll
call
make a
vote.
motion.
You have, oh, good.
No, I don't think I made it. Is there, I don't think there's a motion. Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve a budget item not to exceed 2,500 in support of the Harbor District's community trunk or treat event proposed for Saturday, October 25th from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m.
I have a question about approve a budget not to exceed 2,500, and then the Director of Administrative Services has the fiscal resources to support a budget not to exceed 2,000.
Oh, that was the typo.
It should be 2,500.
Okay.
Good catch, Tom.
Thank you.
The original was 20 or 2,000.
But, you know, we'll do what we can to keep it under 25, but, there's some other ideas. So, we'll call vote, please.
President Slater Carter, Commissioner Chang Crowley.
Aye.
Commissioner Mathush.
Aye.
Commissioner Zemke. Commissioner Damara.
Aye.
Mhm. Going to just adjourn us to closed session, but we've got reports. And those are important. So, oh, the Ocean Science Center ad hoc committee.
Make it short, George.
This will be very quick. The Ocean Science Group has been busy at work developing the framework for what we would like to see as an ocean science center. focusing on research and education. And we spent a lot of time brainstorming on the board, and I had the subcommittee look at it. I've also got several friends that I work with on other type of things dealing with education and the coast and beach erosion and all those sorts of things to also play with us and look at it. They submitted some good comments. We'd had a gentleman who's really good at marketing and 501c3s, came up with a lot of good comments. So we're starting to build this report. We're going to write the report ourselves, and then it'll be submitted out for comment. So based on our last meeting, we won't do any, public workshops on it to help develop it. We'll develop it ourselves and wait for comments to come back to see how it changed. We're going to look at, what for like the research and or education, what are the facilities that we would require, what kind of logistics, what kind of funding. So we're looking at all of that. And you saw in your package, at least the startup of that. So that's going to get expanded. There's some other stuff on that board that we did later on in terms of that, what that report would look like. And
Good, since I saw it last.
yeah, we erased that old one. That's
Have you had more now?
and I got more. Yeah, I did another board filled with stuff.
Okay, I better look at it.
So you better look at that.
I assume that you're still pursuing the 501c.
Yes, and Jim is working on that piece, and that's still going forward. We're looking at the potential to do a GoFundMe campaign. And I found out that, counties in California and our county will allow you to do that, but there's some pretty good restrictions. And our legal team is looking at that. Mostly, we would not pay for anybody's salaries with that. We would use it for getting some banners, getting some brochures, putting together maybe a web page, so the funding that we would get from that would go towards those kinds of things. So we're not using any harbor funds. But, well, it would be a harbor fund because the harbor would have to do the GoFundMe until we have a 501c3 going. So I'm not looking at any extra money coming out of the harbor to do that. I'd like to start trying to get a little bit of money to help us set that up. So I'm targeting at least by the end of the calendar year to have a draft report for everyone. I've been doing a lot of work now with our staff to look at, and we'll put this in the report, case studies of other facilities that are similar. So the question I asked myself was, well, what's the scale of this kind of thing? What do other people do? So the Marine Science Institute, the one that we went to visit, they're about $1 million to $1.5 million a year operating budget. The Save or Heal the Bay in Santa Monica that has the small aquarium that was really neat to look at, they're about a $4 to $5 million operation. And the Noyo Harbor Fort Bragg operation is about $1 million to $1.5 million. So I'm looking at also a phased approach. Phase one may be me in a little pup tent with a little board saying, Ocean Science Center. But I think, I think in my mind, I'm targeting something in that middle of the road of the 1 to 2 million kind of. For now, yeah, I mean, that may grow. That's why I call it a phased approach. I want to present it as a phase so that we start small and we can build as things get going. Yeah, pick that up and you can put that in my tent. The tent that I'm.
We can use the eel grass in there.
I could borrow some eelgrass and stick it in there. So we're moving forward, and everybody who works on it, the staff that we have, a little bit of minimum staff, the time that they contribute to it are fantastic and phenomenal, and Catherine, and then the other folks you'll hear more about in the future who have been volunteering some of their time working with me on this, and because I have a lot of respect for their backgrounds. So I'm getting people to look at this stuff, and we'll go forward. Getting there.
And thank you to all the people who have volunteered and will be volunteering. Okay, moving on, we have closed session, conference with real property.
Recording stopped.
the CMAC meeting next, is it next meeting?
Yes, no, it's in September.
Mid-September.
Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Oh, let's go
reportable items. No reportable items. Nothing.
Hold on, we're not recording yet.
Move to adjourn.
Oh, wait, we gotta get us recording. The little bright light.
Yep, it's recording.
Is it?
Okay,
Okay.
good.
No reportable.
No reported action from closed session.
I'll move to adjourn at 3:22.
George is
Second.
seconding. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. No abstentions. Let's go.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you all. Lisa.